What?
Good morning. Good morning.
No, I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
morning.
Everything's amazing.
Good morning.
Everything's great. Everything's fantastic. Got a solid 4 hours, man. And on top of that, I'm not saying that mommy blew me a kiss last night. I'm saying she blew one in the general direction of my section, and I was the only one standing up. So
Who?
that would be our icon, Rhea Ripley.
Wait. She's your mom? I thought she was younger than you.
No.
Mommy. You're like a cougar to her. Yeah. I mean, dude, come on. Look at women your own age. Why are you looking at that's creepy.
Why you gotta do me like that? Why you gotta do me dirty like that right out of the gate? Why you gotta make me look like that right out of the gate? Can't even say hello? Whatever, dude. Arena lost its mind last night. Two most over people in the company, hands down, Jay and Rhea. That's the 1-2 list, hands down. It was incredible. Had a good time last night at Monday Night Raw. Ended up getting home about 11:15. Show ended at about 10:30 or so. And by the time that we tailgate the top deck of the parking lot.
Dark match? No dark match?
No dark match, actually. I got to tell you, and, we all have our theories about why, and obviously it all revolves around the purchase of the company by a new company. But it was a very different in-arena experience than it has been at shows gone by. There was zero, crowd participation or interaction. You know how back in the day, they used to, when they would go to break, they would have video packages that showed up on the screen that were just for the people in the building, and they would do audience cams, Flex Cam and Hogan Cam and Macho Man impersonation contest. They did none of that.
So
all that's gone.
They didn't do the sign thing?
Nope.
Okay.
Did not do the sign thing, did no cams, did no fan interactions, did no giveaways. In fact, I would go so far as to say, including after the show went off the air, zero wrestlers spoke to the audience in the building. Not one person picked up a mic and addressed the people at the show. None. Not before, not after. They did a couple of dark matches before the show started. They did Ivy versus Maxine, and they did War Raiders versus LWO. Pretty banging matches too, pretty good matches.
They were probably filmed for something else.
They were for they had the motif up for Saturday Night Main Event. Now, I don't know if those are going to be part of the show because I believe Saturday night is live this week.
It's supposed to be, yeah.
But they had the motifs up for Saturday Night Main Event. So I don't know if this is part of the pre-show or going to be worked in or what. But they did a couple of pre-Raw dark matches. Then we had Raw. Everything you saw on TV was all we got.
All right, so I don't recall any of the wrestling matches that I've been for the WWE where they did address the crowd. I mean, the cams and everything you're talking about, yeah, but I don't remember wrestlers coming out and talking to the crowd so much. Maybe
Cody did it at the last one they were here.
Maybe during, for sure, during house shows, but I don't remember for the filming. And you're acting like that this is a new thing. TKO has owned WWE for a while now.
Yes, but not since the last time they were here. It's been I do not believe they were owned yet. I believe they were either starting the negotiations or in the midst of them, but I don't think they outright owned it last time they were here. But last time they were here, after the main event went off the air, and I don't even remember who that main event was, but after the main event went off the air, I believe Cody came out as a run-in. And after the show went off the air, Cody Rhodes addressed the crowd and spoke to us in Greenville and had a a little chat, whatever, and then walked around the ring and engaged with people. And they were doing all of the fan cams and sign cams and flex cams and all that. They were doing crowd interact. The ring announcer was talking to the crowd between breaks. Zero of that happened last night. None of it. To the point that I brought a buddy of mine. I brought Andrew, a buddy of mine, to the show last night. It was his very first wrestling show, and we got about 2 hours deep into it. And I told him, I was like, I got to tell you, man, like, this isn't for you. This isn't really what I hoped it would be for your first show. In fairness, part of the reason was because we were sitting in the very last section before the tarped off behind the Titans section. And there were some interesting stories that came out of that. For those of you that are wrestling fans, Monday Night Raw, WWE Monday Night Raw was in Greenville last night, and I was at the show. So we're kind of talking that out.
I just want to say really quick, first of all, TKO bought him in 2023 in September. Also, from what I didn't watch the entire thing yet. I watched till 9:30. And the TV broadcast, it looked like the crowd was hyped.
It was a good crowd. It was a good crowd. And there were moments. So we were... Our section, which we sat out of the way, and we usually sit in kind of over towards the Tron because...
I told you the show would start with who it started with, by the way.
Yeah, it did, and it ended with them too, which was very unfortunate. Not
Don't
the way I wanted to
spoil.
start and end my night.
Wow.
I didn't say who it was. I just said started in... Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Whatever.
So now,
whatever.
So now you're going to tell me he knocked Jay out at the end of the show.
Oh, so you did watch all of it.
No, I didn't.
Oh, spoiler alert. So, we sat over to the
You
side.
were just coerced into spoiling.
You did it. You spoiled it for yourself.
Yeah, I think I saw something on X, so we're good.
Zoe screwed Zoe. So we were sitting over to the side, which is the last section before they tarp off the back so that you can't see what's going on backstage, even though we absolutely did, by the way. And that is, last night was actually one more section than they've had opened up in the past. When I tell you we were sideways to the Tron, we were not. We were behind it. Right? So we were like, if the Tron's here, we were sitting here. We could not see anything on the stage until the wrestler was in the crowd catwalk.
So you're
right?
saying they're doing well as far as audience.
It was sold out.
Good.
It was sold out.
Good.
Without a doubt, it was sold out.
So it's not that fake thing where stuff is tarped off and all that.
No, it was sold out.
Okay.
Upper sections included. Now, and they actually had one extra section opened up than what they did last time, because last time the last section tarped off was level with the Tron. We were actually a section behind it, so we couldn't see anybody until they get out to the catwalk.
I know I did read where they are doing less production as far as building sets goes.
Yes, it was way scaled down from what it's been. Still lights, still lasers, still smoke, still pyro, all that stuff. But the Tron was not anywhere as big as it used to be. It was like half the height that it used to be. It used to go up to the scoreboard, right? And it's about halfway up now. So it's not nearly as big. But
was the injury as bad in person?
It was nasty. It was nasty.
I didn't mean to see it, but
Yeah,
I did, and
it was
I
bad.
wish I hadn't seen it.
It was bad. It was rough.
I thought she got let go with a bunch of other people did, so I was surprised she still worked there. And now she's
So we
injured,
were
unfortunately.
sitting off to the side behind the Tron, which already, I will acknowledge, kind of made it a little more difficult to get into the show, right? Because you were missing about 25% of the audience on the other side of the building that was getting into it. And it's not that you're far away, it's just that you're over in the dark, right? There's no lights over there. You're in the dark because you're sideways to the Tron. It made it kind of hard to get involved with the show. And that was kind of a bummer. And then I would say the crowd was good when the big names came out, right? Like when Rhea came out, it popped. When Jay came out, it popped. When Seth came out, it popped. Like there were spots that the crowd came really alive. But if it wasn't one of the stars, it was okay. It was okay. And so with those two things combined, and the fact that, like I said, like the crowd participation angle that they've always done at shows, at least in my experience, they didn't do any of that last night. There was nothing involving the crowd. The ring announcer never talked to us. Pat never addressed us. Cole never addressed us. The ring announcer never addressed us. The wrestlers never addressed. There was I will say that for the first time, it was very clear and obvious that, and you know this is the case anyway because they do it on TV for a reason, but it was very clear and obvious that they only cared about the TV product. They did not care about engaging the house audience. They and I'm saying this respectfully, like, you know, if anybody's listening, we're still watching. We're still going to be engaged. We still want you guys to pull through, but it was very obvious that 100% of the attention was making sure the TV product was at its best, and there was no thought, or at least it didn't feel like there was any thought given to engaging the crowd itself. And I do think that there were spots that was to the detriment of the on-air product, because there were spots where, you know, they did like a couple of back screen packages, and it may have just been where I was sitting, but the volume on the behind-the-scenes packages was way down. So, like, if somebody in your section was talking, you couldn't hear the video, and that kind of made it hard to stay engaged. And then they would just go to the next segment. There was no warm-up, whatever. There was no, like, hey, we got this coming up. So when we cut, you used to count us down. Remember? They'd be like, we're going live in 3, 2.
I have a theory.
None of that.
I have a theory that this is Netflix and not TKO.
Whoever it is, it may be.
I believe it's Netflix,
But
because the show changed. Monday Night Raw changed when it went to Netflix, and it hasn't been as appealing as it was when it was on USA.
I would say that that's a very fair theory. You may absolutely be correct. In fact, I would even argue you may be more correct than the thought that this is on the new owning agency. But I will say that the stuff that they used to do to get the crowd not just involved, but to stay involved, right? Because if you know you've got a match coming up, and last night I will say there were no like time filler matches, right? Or at least it didn't feel like it. There were no time filler matches. There was no let's send out two, mid-carders who weren't in a title picture.
From what I saw, like I said, I watched on 9:30. All the matches were great.
Matches were very good. There was no letdown match. There was no cool-off match. There was no, take a break match. They were pretty good, stacked card. Again, I got to go home and rewatch it because the video packages, we couldn't hear them, so I don't really know what was going on backstage.
I will say that I'm pretty angry at myself because I was forced to root for Roxanne Perez.
You weren't forced to.
Oh yeah, I was, because I'm not going to root for Mrs. I get what I want when I come back. The most, I mean, wow.
Becky Hogan?
I'm definitely not rooting for her. I actually, Lyra, that's the most personality I've seen from her. Just coming out and jumping her and fighting her is like,
by the way,
okay.
I want you to know, could have trended, could have gone viral last night because in the section we were in, we could see to the back. Now, one thing I thought was very interesting that they did not used to do great one was from the Zam Tunnel exit to Gorilla, right, where the wrestlers would come out from the locker rooms and go out. They now actually have a tunnel, like a constructed tunnel, so you cannot see who's coming in and out from the main entrance. But everybody who did a run-in last night, we could see them because they hung out outside of that tunnel off to the side. So Jack and I, who are the two wrestling guys in this group, we actually saw Lyra watching the match backstage. And as we got closer to the middle of that match, she was wearing a jacket. She took it off. Like, you could see her take the hair down. Like, you could see her getting prepped for the run-in. So I knew about 10 minutes before her run-in.
It kind of ruins it for you, though.
It did a little bit. Like, it ruins the, oh, Lyra Valkyrie's here. Like, we saw her getting ready for that run-in. And there was see, here's how you know I'm still in WWE. If you're still in town listening right now, we're still your guys. Here's how you know. Because I 127,000% could have taken a picture of her over in the back, right? And just posted it and been like, you're about to see a Lyra Valkyrie running. And I didn't do that because I'm a good person. Overall, good show. Good card, stacked card. Got to see a lot of the big names. I kind of was waiting for and hoping for. This is likely going to be a SmackDown thing. I was kind of waiting and hoping maybe we were going to get a buddy of the show, R-Truth appearance at some point. We did not. But overall, good card, good main event.
Gunther coming out.
That was dope.
That was
great.
Of friends of the show. Yeah.
Easiest guy to root for last night, without a doubt. There were some really good moments. It was a good card. It was a good night. I will say that the in-arena experience was not what it used to be. And I'm not saying it may have just been a one-off show. It may have been that they're still finding their footing on Netflix and trying to decide what things have to feel like. But as someone who bought a ticket and was at the show, it never felt like there was any effort to engage the people who bought tickets and were in the building. And I do think that to some degree, the TV product may have suffered for that because there were spots that, even though the audience was great, when Jay came out, it was great. When Gunther made his walkout, it would popped. But if it wasn't like one big star and a big moment in a match or in a showdown or whatever, that the crowd wasn't as hot as I am used to crowds in Greenville
So
being.
you don't think that maybe part of this is because you were bringing a friend who'd never been,
No.
and you wanted them
No.
to get that full experience, so you felt it was lesser, so it made it lesser for you?
I'm telling you, as a wrestling fan of 30 years who's been to north of 100 shows at that level, at the WWE and AEW level over my lifetime, maybe not 100, maybe like definitely north of 50 shows between house shows, Raws, SmackDowns, Nitros, whatever. I've been going to wrestling shows since I was a child. As somebody who's been to a gazillion of these things, last night was the least I have ever seen a show attempt to engage the people in the building. And I think the audience suffered because of that to some degree.
I just, I've complained before. I don't like the Netflix presentation. There's just something about it I don't like, and maybe that's part of it. The only way to compare it will be when SmackDown comes back next. To go see SmackDown
Sure.
and see if it's different, then you'll know that's what it was.
I mean, listen, I for you, anecdotally, correct. For me, no, I did it. I was there last night. Yes, I'm telling you.
No, I know. What I'm saying is when SmackDown comes, you go see SmackDown, and then you can compare the two shows, and then that should settle what it is. If you go to SmackDown and it's as stagnant as it was at Raw, then you know it's the overall product. But if you go there and it's what it used to be, then you know it's Netflix.
Yeah. All I can say is that as a longtime vet of wrestling shows, it was a great card, and the audience was good. It was not on the people that were there. It was on the fact that there was no engagement with them at all.
Go back
and you
and-
could tell that there were moments that because they were not engaged throughout the show, there were spots where naturally the audience starts to talk amongst itself, concentrate on itself, back away from the show a little bit, and then you got to work double hard to get them back into the show. And there were spots that it worked.
Go back and watch. For me, this has been one of the better Raws.
It was a good Raw.
Yeah.
It was, again, like, let me be really clear. Card was good. The wrestlers put on a good show. They were engaged, but the product itself spent little to no time. Actually, not little to no. Spent no time. The only time that we were directly addressed was when the show went off the air. The ring announcer, and I feel awful, I forget her name, but it was Alicia. The ring announcer grabbed the mic,
Alicia Taylor.
and she was like, all right, Greenville, on behalf of WWE, thank you all for coming out to Monday Night Raw. Get home safe. Have a great night. The arena lights were on, so they went off the air. Guy who did the run out left. Jay did one more yeet with everybody.
I've already spoiled who it was.
Okay.
I mean,
Logan Paul knocked out Jay one more time. Jay got up, did a yeet fest with us one more time, walked to the back. When he went through the door to the Tron to go backstage, he had not been off the stage 5 seconds. House lights were on, music was dead. They were like, "Yup, all right, get it up out of here." And I understand that that has to do as much with the well as it does with the show, but it definitely felt like the TV product is all we care about. And if you guys are engaged, great. And if you're not, we don't care. And I feel like the show to some degree may have suffered from that. Or at least those of us who paid $82+ a ticket felt like we suffered a little bit of it. So we'll talk more about it later in the show. We do have a lot of actual sports that we've got to get to on the radio program this morning. ACC and SEC baseball tournaments getting fired up. Talk about South Carolina and Clemson's path to conference titles if there is one. We got to get some NBA and NHL playoff previews. Carolina Hurricanes get their Eastern Conference Finals against the Florida Panthers started off tonight. I'll give you some thoughts and rundown. We have got an interesting report from Ross Dellinger about the future of college football that we've got to get to here in a little while. And, of course, Spencer Strider's back, baby. This is why I've said the whole time, stay optimistic, Braves fans. Don't let them get you down. Don't let them kick the legs out from under you. When Spencer Strider comes back, the boys are going to the moon. He is back today. We'll address that and a whole lot more. He's Lonzo. I'm Rob, and you're a beautiful person listening to The Rob Brown Show here on the Fan Upstate. All right, let me go take some. All right, that sounds dirty. Let me go take some.
Yeah,
medication.
why don't you just leave the room? That's. He's sleepy.
Dick and I had an argument. I really think the State Farm Bateman commercials are hilarious.
Oh,
He thinks they're dumb. I think they're hilarious.
They're great.
I love them.
I think it probably helps if you're a Jason Bateman fan,
I am.
and
I think
so am I.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not. Yeah, it's.
No, he just thinks that they're like he legit is he's a Batman guy, and he's like it's his take is he honestly thinks it's like disrespectful to the.
How is that? I mean, it doesn't.
I don't know. I asked him. I'm like, how is it disrespectful? Like it's clearly.
It doesn't diminish
It's-
Batman
yeah,
in
it's
any way.
not even
Batman
petty.
still has to say.
And he shows up
yeah.
and beats ass. Like,
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
in a commercial, he shows up and he beats ass. What are we talking
Maybe
about?
it's just because Jake from State Farm is in the Batmobile.
I
That
think that's part of it.
that could be part of it.
I think that's part of it. I also genuinely think that he just doesn't like Jason Bateman, and therefore him being on screen with the Batman. Spencer Strider makes his return to the bump this evening. 6:45 first pitch against the Washington Nationals. This game will be on the road in our nation's capital. I will have a couple of buddies from the BetMGM network who will be in attendance at that game. I will see if I can get one of them to get up early in the morning tomorrow and join us here on the show to give us a review in person of Spencer Strider's performance this evening. I will tell you that zero chance in Hades I won't be watching this game tonight because, again, this is a team that I have had many criticisms of over the past couple of weeks.
No way.
I know. However, despite my absolute flair for the dramatic when it comes to this team, and I acknowledge that I am full of the dramatic for this baseball team, partially because the team has been dramatic. My flair for the dramatic is somewhat tempered by the fact that the starting pitching for this team has been good. In fact, I would go so far as to say, statistically speaking, the middle relief for this team has not been awful. Somebody sent me a post yesterday that pointed out that in all of the pitching metrics that matter, right? And baseball's wonky because you get to a point where there are so many statistics that take into consideration so many different variables and so many different splits that it gets kind of to some degree difficult to really keep them all in a row. But for the major pitching statistics, we are talking about ERA, we are talking about WHIP, we are talking about the ones that people track. When it comes to all of the major metrics for the pitching staff, the middle relief has not been. It's not been great, but it is inside of the top 12 for most of the metrics across all of Major League Baseball. Looking at this team as I have tried to do, because you're getting Spencer Strider back and all of y'all that have been on my case about being so negative, Rob, about the Braves. All of you have said, you're getting Ronnie back, you're getting Spencer back, hang in there. When those guys come back, it's going to be a different game. And I have said, all right, I'm going to accept that for now as a reality, because if I don't, it's going to drive me up a wall. So I'll accept it. Well, we're at that point in time. Spencer Strider, who did return back in mid-April, but of course, as we mentioned, because it is the 2025 Braves, strained his hamstring playing catch the day after his start. Playing catch. It's a professional baseball player. Playing catch. I can go outside right now and play catch for 10 hours, not pull a hammy.
Hey, man, you need to stretch properly.
I don't disagree. I don't to play catch, okay? Now, he was probably playing a little bit more intense version of catch than Zoe and I would go out in the parking lot and knock down, but still, it was just one of those things where you go, not anybody's fault, just bad luck, but that's our luck, right? If it weren't for bad luck, we'd have no luck. So Spence gets back today, a guy who was second for Rookie of the Year voting a couple of years ago, a guy who was, fourth in the Cy Young voting last year. There's a lot to look forward to. You're getting Ronnie back sometime in the next week and a half. Remember, they activated him for a rehab assignment about a week ago. He has been hitting the ball well, has already advanced up a level, and is now one level below where the Braves need him to be to call him back up. When he got activated, it opened up a 21-day window, a 3-week window to bring him up to the show. So that's within the next 14-ish days. Ronnie should be back soon. And my question mark is the spark from having those two dudes back in the locker room going to be enough to get stuff done? There are still things that have to get better. Marcell Ozuna is starting to hit the ball well. Matt Olson's not. He's going to give you a dong every now and then. He's going to give you the occasional XBH every now and then. But by and large, Matt Olson had a great year, his first year in Atlanta, led the MLB in home runs and RBIs. Like, it felt great. Last year, good. Certainly not a great year for Matty Ice Baby. This year has been, frankly, disappointing. This year, I think, is the first year that Braves fans have been like, gosh darn it, I wish we'd have found a way to keep Freddie Freeman. Again, Freddie Freeman was going to L.A., okay? He just was. There was no stopping that. I have bought fully in to the theory that Freddie wanted to go home and his wife wanted to be a TV reality star. And you got to be in L.A. to pull that off, right? So This is the first year I think Braves fans have been like, I wish we'd have been able to find a way to keep Freddie Freeman in the fold. So with Spencer Strider back on the bump in the rotation, it is absolutely going to open up opportunities for other things to happen elsewhere. It's going to open up the opportunity. You're going to stick with a 5-man rotation, which means that somebody from the starting 5, which has, again, been pretty good, somebody from the starting 5 is going to move back into the middle relief spot. The middle relief spot is where you've had some issues. Statistically speaking, and again, Diesel and I had this fight the other day. Statistics are important, but statistics within the context of the game are important too. Guy having a bunch of RBIs doesn't mean a damn thing if they're all happening in the bottom of the top of the 9th inning when his team's down 14 and he's up against position players. Context of those positions, of those statistics comes into play. And while the Braves middle relief has been statistically pretty solid, those statistics don't match up to the results of a 500 record at 23-23. So you get Spencer back. That's going to allow you to take one of the guys out of the back end of the rotation and put him into the middle innings where I can call on him every day for 3 outs. Maybe 6 if I need a guy because he's got starting stamina in him. I can maybe go a little longer in the middle of the game and save a closer from having to do 2 innings in just 1. Keep my closer's arm a little bit fresher and use him a little bit more, whatever. All of this is contingent on Brian Snitker doing a better job of managing the pen in the rotation, which I think has, and I've hung on this for a while, been a problem so far this year. All of this hinges on Snit, I think, doing a better job of recognizing who his guys are, who his dogs are, and the positions they're going to give him the most success in, something I do not think he's been doing this year. But it does open up opportunities. Spencer Strider to the bump. Maybe Grant Holmes goes back into the middle. Holmes has been pretty good as a starter. Not exceptional, but pretty good. And right now, pretty good is a pretty good spot for the Braves to find themselves in. Pretty good winning 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4. Pretty good get you climbing back into this divisional race. So Spence coming back today, I am going to allow myself for today and today only. And of course, depending on Spencer Strider showing up and looking like Spencer Strider, because he is not just coming off of a strained hamstring, which, my thought when he got hurt and they put him on the 15-day DL was, do not rush this cat back. Give him all the time that he needs to be 100%. Do not send him back there out there on the bump at anything less than 99.9% or better, because compensation is a real deal. We talked about this with Steph Curry when he got banged up. We talked with the same injury. We talked about this with Aaron Gordon of the Nuggets, same injury. And you could see the difference, right? Aaron Gordon in that Game 7 against the Thunder clearly was not the same guy that was such an impactful player for the Denver Nuggets leading up to that Game 7. He just wasn't the same guy. And that was, in my opinion, because of the fact that he was dealing with a strained hammy. That is something that doesn't just get fixed. It is something that's going to take some time. And if it is not 100%, a player will compensate for that. Even subconsciously, they will compensate. And if it gets to the point where they are clearly compensating, it will change their mechanics. Well, for a pitcher, especially a guy who relies on accuracy and speed like Spencer Strider does, any compensation off of that injury will kill his pitching form. And if you kill the pitching form, you kill the pitcher. So for me, I'm going to assume. Not literally, yes. Metaphorically. I will assume that the reason it was a full 15-day DL and not a 7-day or a 9-day was to make sure he is as close to 100% as he can possibly be for the long term. Let's see what he comes out and looks like tonight. If Spence comes out and has himself a good game, not even a great game, just a good game, give me 6 innings, give me 5 Ks, give me 5 hits tops, maybe 1 to 2 earned runs, I'll feel pretty good. Because the next step is Ronald Acuna Jr. showing up in the next week or two. And when he does, if Spence is good, we can get the rotation right. If Ronnie comes in, is the offensive spark we've been needing. Take the pressure off of Matt Olson a little bit. Maybe he starts to swing a little bit more freely. Maybe there's a chance the Braves start climbing here. All right? I'm allowing you, Braves fans. I will allow you to feel mild optimism in this moment. Check back on Friday. Rob Lonzo and you, The Rob Brown Show, the Fan Upstate. Morning, Mike. Welcome in, big fella. Good to have you, buddy, as always. Yes, no, I know, Jacob. It is a lot of ifs. It's a 23-23 ball club. Like, ifs are kind of all you have right now. All right, guys, give me 45 seconds. When the skate demo videos were big, right? Like CKY and those guys, the Bam Margera's before Jackass fame. When the skate videos were big, I was in high school. And so the skater bros had their own culture. And the jocks were not skateboarders.
Wonderful.
Adam Schefter tweeting out 5 minutes ago, quote, ESPN sources, a vote to allow NFL players to participate in flag football for the first time during the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles is expected to pass today at league meetings in Minneapolis. Nothing is official yet, but as one source said about today's vote, quote, Olympics should be easy, end quote.
One source. You mean Roger Goodell handed you a note?
I mean, in fairness, in this case,
Technically, it's a source.
That is a source.
I get it.
not only is that a source, that would be the source.
No,
right?
everyone knows who your sources are, dude.
Regardless of personal feelings about Shefty, this is expected to, according to Schefter, get the thumbs up, and NFL players would be allowed to play for Team USA in the first ever Olympic flag football tournament. Now, there's a lot of replies in the tweets to Adam Schefter that have been sent in the last 3 minutes, and many of them are quite funny. One person at Astroban said, quote, we don't care about the Olympics, LOL. And my response to that would be, I do not care to the actual detriment of my football team, right? Now, if the Olympics were during football season, then yeah, I'd be like, nah, respectfully, I don't want my guys in that event. I want them playing where they are being paid millions of dollars to make my football team as good as it can be. I mean, it wouldn't matter for my football team. Like, we suck, so it wouldn't matter. But for your football team, you wouldn't want your guys there. But it's not. It's in the summertime. There's nothing going on the NFL calendar at the time that this would take place. So while that individual may not care about the Olympics, I think there are a lot of us out here that do. Every time the Olympics roll around, they become a massive topic of conversation on this radio program. As I've said a billion times, you can slap the stars and stripes on the sleeve of a Tiddlywinks player, and it will become the biggest sporting event happening in real time to me, subjectively speaking.
All right, so I'm excited about all things Olympics, but at the same time, what starting quarterback in the NFL is going to be the starting quarterback for flag football? I don't think there'll be one. Maybe one of the backups to do it. I don't think that a team will want their starting quarterback to be there.
Well, so let's start with there will be only one of them. And my thought here is, because we did talk a little bit about this last week when this vote was initially brought up, and here we are, the vote taking place today, and Shefty reporting at 6:37 a.m. that the vote, to his sources, the vote is likely to pass. Only one person per team can go. Not only one position from the NFL, right? They could have a full depth chart of NFL guys, but only one position or only one player per team. So there may very well be some teams that tell a Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, we don't want you out there. You blow an ACL doing this, and our season's shot. So no, we're not approving it. But I would also say this. People who own NFL franchises, people who own professional sporting franchises, we've had this conversation many times. They may genuinely want their team to win, and they may even be the type of owner who actually invest in their team to win. But owners of professional sports franchises own professional sports franchises for one reason and one reason alone: to make money off of it. That is it. That is the only reason. That's it. Well, think about if you allowed your starting quarterback to go. And I don't know that this applies to Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. I don't know if it applies to the elite of the elite. But let's say a Matt Stafford, a Jared Goff, somebody who is good, somebody who is successful, somebody who is maybe even got a ring, but they're never placed into that elite of the elite conversation. Well, if you're an NFL team and you allow your guy to go quarterback Team USA, and you are rolling the dice, but let's say you allow a guy to go quarterback Team USA, and let's say he leads Team USA to a gold medal because, as I've pointed out before, you put a gold medal on the line and an American in that competition, we as a nation tune in because we love winners more than we love anything else. We love winners more than we dislike criminals. If a criminal goes and wins, we'll celebrate him, right? Like, we love a winner. And so, I've talked about it before, not making him into the criminal conversation, but Michael Phelps, when Michael Phelps was at the top of his game as an Olympic swimmer, none of you have watched a non-Olympic swimming event unless your kid's a swimmer. None of you have watched a non-Olympic swimming event where you weren't related to a participant, maybe ever. Maybe ever. Yet, when Michael Phelps at the Olympics was going for gold medal number 200, I very vividly remember going to a buddy's house. Tommy Hopeful, good kid, big wrestling guy. Went to Tommy Hopeful's house. We were throwing for multi-nights in a row in that Olympic Games in, what was it, Tokyo or Beijing or whatever, where Michael Phelps was going for like 7 gold medals in one Olympic stretch. Every Michael Phelps event, middle of the night, we were going over to Tommy's house to turn it on because his dad had the biggest screen of all our friends, TV-wise. We all went to his house, and it was like a damn Super Bowl party for multiple events, multiple nights. I have not watched a non-Olympic swimming event ever. And yet, that was the biggest thing going on at that point in time. So if I'm an NFL owner, and I recognize that we as Americans love winners, celebrate winners, and financially invest in winners, I'm sending my guy. Go win America a gold medal. Why? Because then I can roll out a special limited edition Josh Allen Team USA jersey to celebrate his gold medal. And I'm going to sell 1 million. Because here's the thing. Not only are you at that point selling team merch, not only are you selling quarterback merch, but you are not just selling it to your team. Rob Brown will not buy the merch of any other NFL team. But if Josh Allen goes and wins us a gold medal, hell, if Patrick Mahomes quarterbacks us to a gold medal, very good chance Rob Brown's buying a Team USA flag football jersey. I have watched in my lifetime, and I can say this as a statistical fact, in my lifetime, I have watched 0 Team USA flag football events. About 6 months ago, there was a story. Well, there was an interview with the current quarterback of Team USA flag football. Do you remember the interview? In the interview, he said, and I'm paraphrasing, but I'm pretty damn close, you could send Patrick Mahomes out here. It would not matter. I would outperform him because I've been getting ready for this my whole life. That guy's never done this before. Yeah, he plays his football, but he doesn't play it the way that our game works. Therefore, I'm better than him and I'm ready. And then we all watched him throw some passes and we were like, I don't know, dog. I don't know about that, bro. I think he could figure it out pretty quick. And I certainly think he could figure it out if Mahomes was taking over and playing his first game of professional flag football and, I don't know, pick your best wide receiver. CeeDee Lamb was his guy. You think Tyreek and CeeDee wouldn't figure out a way to beat some French used car salesman who's playing DB for the national team, right? You think he couldn't figure out a way to throw a little bubble screen out to pick your best running back here? Hell, give it to, well, Derrick Henry probably doesn't apply in this spot because you can't run people over in flag football. But throw the little bubble screen out to a healthy Christian McCaffrey. I would not send McCaffrey. Not with those knees. I need him not putting any tread on the tires. But somebody like him, right? Send me a Rico Dowdle out there. You think Mahomes with CeeDee Lamb at the X, with Justin Jefferson at the Y, with Xavier Legette at the Z, with whoever as the running back. You think he couldn't figure it out? Of course he could. So if I'm an NFL team, I'm sending my guy, And I'm sending my guy because of the success of, for instance, the Four Nations face-off that the NHL did a couple of months ago. The Tkachuk brothers, who, if you're a hockey guy, you've known who the Tkachuks are for a very long time now. But the Tkachuk brothers, for a handful of weeks there, became two of the biggest celebrities in American sports. Why? Because they had the USA jersey on the front of the jersey, and they were out there throwing gloves 3 seconds after the game started on behalf of the red, white, and blue. Yeah! And we were all in on it. I was doing a segment a day about Team USA hockey at that point. I barely do a segment a week, and we're in the Stanley Cup playoffs. We will be doing one today, Florida and Carolina getting the Eastern Conference Finals started. The fact is that even for dumb sports, we turn out for winners. We pay attention to winners. We buy the stuff that winners wear, right? Nike's about to see a boost in golf stuff because of Scottie Scheffler again. We wear the stuff winners wear. We do the stuff winners do. We become a part of them and they become a part of us. And if that is the case, if I'm an NFL team, yes, I understand that if QB1 goes down to an ACL, that my season is ruined before it starts. However, I also understand the investment that could be made if my guy goes over and in the first time ever, and this may just be something that's done for the first run.
You mean Shuck, right? Your guy?
Whoever.
Okay.
I'm Royal, my guy.
Oh, okay.
Your team's guy.
I thought you were being literal. My bad.
Your guy, Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, he's not going.
Why not?
Because he's not.
Lamar Jackson.
Not going.
Whoever. Your guy, your team's star.
No way a starter goes. I will be completely shocked if a starting quarterback in the NFL does this.
I think if an elite starter, an Allen, a Mahomes, a Jackson, and whatever.
I don't think any starter.
I think that there is absolutely the possibility.
Because if you're going to do it, Kyler Murray needs to be the guy. But I don't think they let him go.
That's a great suggestion. That's a great name. Small, quick, slippery, undersized. That's a great pick. And I think if I'm Arizona, does Kyler Murray not need a little bit of goodwill? Right? He needs a little goodwill. He needs some right now. It has not been the kindest 3 years. You got a new coach, but you got some weapons on the outside. Marvin Harrison Jr. in his first year wasn't the guy they said he was going to be. It's year 2. You need some goodwill for Kyler Murray.
You need to quit disparaging Marvin Harrison Jr.
What do you want me to say? He wasn't what we wanted him to be in year 1. That's not disparaging. That's a fact.
He was a rookie in the NFL.
Right. I mean, he wasn't the rookie they wanted him to be.
What were your expectations?
Justin Jefferson's first year.
Of the year?
No, but be in the conversation, right? And you could even, if you want to, blame it on Kyler Murray and the Cardinals. And I'm good with that. But the reality is he had the cases of the dropsy. So did Xavier Legette. You know I love XL, but he's catching the same criticism XL is that Marvin Harrison Jr. did. That's not disparaging. That's just talking objective football. Send Kyler Murray. Let Kyler Murray go win a gold medal for Team USA because we're winning that event, right? Like, there's no way we don't. There's just not. If we don't, it will. Whatever country beats us, it will be their miracle on ice. Like, that's what, honestly, I think if any team, any country, Germany, France, Spain, Britain, any country beats us at flag football, if we send the NFLers and a full squad, a full complement of it, if any country beats us, that's their Lake Placid. That's their miracle on ice. Whoever their Al Michaels is, that's his call for the rest of forever. So, it's our gold medal to lose. So, if I'm Arizona, send Kyler Murray, let us go win a gold medal, and let him become a hero. If not for the Cardinals, for America. Because then American football fans, who maybe aren't checked into Kyler Murray week in and week out like Cardinals fans are, American fans are going to have a ton of goodwill for that guy. And they're going to push this guy. And if they do, Cardinals fans are going to be drowned out. And now Kyler Murray's got this echo chamber of people going, you're a badass, dude. Thanks for the gold. We got your back. Go get him. I think it's a great idea, and I think an NFL owner would be silly unless you have, again, a Mahomes and Allen and Jackson, a top-tier guy, Joe Burrow, at the top of the game. If I got a mid-tier starter, send him. Friggin' Bryce Young. BY would be a perfect candidate for this. Same reason as Kyler. Perfect candidate for this. All right, we'll talk more about it later on in the show. Schefter reporting about 10 minutes ago that he believes that this vote is going to pass and NFL players will be allowed in the Olympics where they could win a gold medal. Hey, speaking of gold medals, not only was that a gold medal segue, this is a gold medal sports flash.
I do. I win awards. That's what I do. The Carolina Hurricanes will open the Eastern Conference Finals of the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight against the Florida Panthers. Carolina will host the series, opening with games 1 and 2 in Raleigh. The Hurricanes are a slight favorite in the series. We'll see if Rob decides to just ride up to Raleigh for no reason. The Green Bay, because sleep is overrated. The Green Bay Packers have revised their proposal to ban the tush push, made infamous by the Philadelphia Eagles. Under the new rule proposal, offensive players would not be able to provide any assistance to a ball carrier with the exception of blocking opponents. The Philadelphia Eagles have extended head coach Nick Sirianni's contract. The terms of the deal have not yet been released. Sirianni earned the extension with the third highest winning percentage in the Super Bowl era, a 6-3 postseason record, 2 Super Bowl appearances, and 1 win. Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show is next, right here on Fan Upstate. He did get Zach, and Rob is overly critical of Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't know why. Maybe he didn't like Marvin Harrison Sr. or something.
So, couldn't really hear what he was saying. Did you see Tyrese Halliburton show up last night?
No,
Not in person.
I didn't get to that part.
Pat and Cole did a recorded interview with Tyrese Halliburton.
I did hear about the bet.
We couldn't hear what they were saying.
Yeah.
It was just up there, with the exception of Cole yelling at, or with Pat yelling at Cole because Cole said, "You guys will be off on Saturday from games against the Knicks. Hopefully, at that point, the Knicks will be up 2-0 on you guys." And Cole was like, "Shut up, you piece," or McAfee was like, "Shut up, you piece of trash. Don't listen to him. He's biased." It was genuinely funny, but I took a picture of the Tron with him on it, and I sent it to Mario. And I was like, "Your boy's a big wrestling guy. Are you in now?" And he wrote me back, and he's like, "I bleeping hate it. We're in the Eastern Conference Finals. Lock in. That's off-season stuff." And I was like, "Oh, dude, big basketball guy over here hating ass Mario." He was truly upset that Tyrese Halliburton was taking time to participate in wrestling. It was really funny.
Wow, I mislabeled that. Oh well. Oh well, I have to fix that. I had that labeled as a Rich Eisen promo. QC in the first break.
The Rob Brown
Daddy, how you doing? Wonderful.
Show is back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown, the Great One, Lonzo, Corey LaJoy, Matt Hardy, all here on the program with you. Some of us contributing more than others. Zoe and I putting in a heck of a lot more than Corey LaJoy and Matt Hardy, but we have had them contribute to the show. Buddies of the show.
Pal.
Amigo. Guy. We've got so many things to get to. Coming up in the show today, we have got an NHL Eastern Conference Finals preview. The Florida Panthers knocked off the Toronto Maple Leafs in 7. The Carolina Hurricanes got through as well. The Canes are the 2 seed, Florida the 3 seed in the East. So the Canes will host the Eastern Conference Finals. Game 1 tonight in Raleigh, North Carolina. If you heard me shouting unnecessarily in the background of Lonzo's Sports Flash there, I think I am talking myself into, if this series goes to 7, I have not been to a Carolina Hurricanes game yet. That's 8 hours away, right? It's not like a hop, skip, and a jump. That's a we're going to Raleigh for the weekend to check out the area, and we're centering it around centering it around a hockey game. I've not been to Raleigh. However, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I love the absolute energy, excitement, enthusiasm that some of these hockey barns around the South are bringing right now. Dallas, Nashville, Raleigh specifically. Well, the Carolina Hurricanes were kind of one of the foundational members of that. They came around after, say, Tampa, but there was a joke for a very long time. Before Tampa got good, there was a joke for a very long time around Tampa that, you know, you could go down to Tampa, and if you wanted to go to a Lightning game, just wait until puck hit ice and pick up one of the tickets that was on the ground outside. There wasn't much to it. Then they won a Stanley Cup. Obviously, that kind of changed everything. And I do credit them because I do think that was the point where folks around the South kind of started to be like, oh, we can be good at this? Well, if we're good at it, I'm going to be in. Nashville has made deep playoff runs. Carolina has made a number of deep playoff runs. Florida's won a cup. Tampa's won a cup. Teams around the South have done exceptionally well. Dallas, the Stars have been good for a very long time. And because of all those things, hockey has 1,000% become a sport that the South has embraced. Why is it that college football is the king in the South? A, regionalism, and B, because for as long as college football has existed, the South's been a powerhouse. Not won a championship every year, but the South has been a powerhouse. It has been a center, not the, but a center of college football. It's not fake news.
It's fake news.
It's not fake
College
news.
football is king wherever it's at. Stop with your regionalism. I get we live in the South, but I mean, come on. It's stop.
No, in big cities, the NFL is king. And in states that have
Columbus is a
big
pretty
cities,
big city. It's not. I mean, NFL
is Columbus an NFL town, or is it a town where there is literally a major college? Built around a college.
Yeah, but I guess football doesn't mean the same there.
Well, in the South, it just means more.
No, well, only in the Southeast.
I've seen that in a commercial before. However, I do think a lot of the sports
regionalism might as well be globalism.
No, I mean, tribalism is a thing, without a doubt.
As you're
That's why we
proving-
have a word
as you're-
for it.
As you're proving, your Southern tribe.
I also
South
think
has better football. No, it doesn't.
I didn't say it has better football. That's not what I said.
It doesn't.
That's not what I said.
It doesn't. It's not bigger in the South. It doesn't mean more
No,
in
it-
the South.
it is.
It does not.
It is.
It doesn't.
As somebody who's been
It
all the
doesn't.
places,
Yeah. Okay.
it is.
Whatever. You're wrong. You're wrong. It's
Okay.
not. It's
All
not.
right. Well, for sake of argument,
Football is king everywhere. It's
I
not
didn't
just
say
in the
football.
South.
I didn't say football. I said college football.
Mm-hmm.
Football is absolutely king everywhere, but different levels of it are bigger in certain places than in others. In Cleveland, Ohio, the Browns are the biggest thing going,
No, they're
and they've
not.
been asked for years.
No, they're not.
So, now, all of that being said, I do think that all of us as American citizens, we talked about this with the flag football conversation in the last segment, all of us will get on board and make something that we are really good at our thing, right? Like, we'll make it our thing. And I say this with all the respect because I'm a big fan. I believe that I am probably the biggest advocate, supporter of, and fan of women's basketball on this or any other sports talk station in the area, right? But the reason South Carolina Gamecock women's basketball is as big as it is because they've been kicking ass for the entire Dawn Staley regime. If you look at other schools that have the same resources, not the same skill of players, but have the same resources, the same background, whatever, women's college basketball may be big at a lot of them, but it's not as big as it is at Iowa. It's not as big as it is at South Carolina. It's not as big as it is at Penn State. At UConn. And the reason is because those teams have been killing everybody for so long.
You should go to Raleigh.
That's their thing.
You should go to Raleigh, by the way. You've been saying that you were going to go to Raleigh since you've been here. You should go.
Lonzo just wants a day off because he knows I'm taking 2 days to do it. No. And he's correct.
I was just bringing it back to where we
I was getting there.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
if this thing...
I'm told on the stream that there's a big mall there, and you can ride down the road to the Andy Griffith Museum. Who doesn't want to go there?
I can't whistle. I wish I could whistle because then I could do the theme song right here, but I can't. So just pretend that I did.
Might be a selling point for the wife to go. I mean, she's probably already been though.
I doubt it. I don't know that she's been to Raleigh. I'm certainly going to ask. She's listening right now. She may very well text and let me know. That being said, I really want to go to, even if it's, the goal is to, within the next year, and I say this every year and I still haven't done it, but the goal is within the next year, I want to go to Cameron Indoor for a game. I want to go to Chapel Hill for a game, basketball. I want to go, I would go for a football game, but I want to go to a basketball game at Chapel Hill. I want to go to a game at Duke, and I want to go to a Hurricanes game. Now, I got to pick, right? I can't do them all at the same time. I could go to an NHL regular season game and do a college basketball weekend if they line up scheduling-wise. But blah, 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 blah. Want to go up to Raleigh because everyone that is a hockey guy has talked about how absolutely electric the environment in Raleigh is. If this series goes to 7 games, I don't know what a ticket to that game is going to be. I will put in for a press pass for that game. Probably not going to get it because it is the Stanley Cup Eastern Conference Finals. Probably not going to get it because the national outlets are going to get priority, but I will put in for a media pass. I will tell you that there's a better than good chance that I will put in for a game 5 if it goes to 5, which it's going to go to 5. To me, this is going 7. These two teams are similar, not identical, but similar in the electricity, in the talent. Florida's a lot more physical. Carolina's a lot faster. We'll see how that plays out. But game 5 would be next Wednesday, the 28th. I would very much consider putting in for a press pass for game 5 on the 28th, driving up there, going to that game, getting a hotel room, and doing the show live remote from Raleigh on Thursday from a hotel room somewhere to go. Because I've got to get to Raleigh. Why not go with this series? A series where these two teams have been meeting up in the Eastern Conference playoffs for a number of years now. There is a bit of I'm not going to say it's a rivalry, but there's a bit of a mini rivalry brewing between Florida and Carolina.
I just looked up on StubHub tickets for tonight.
For tonight, let me guess. I'm going to say cheapest you're getting in the door is $500.
No, you're wrong.
Lower? Higher?
134.
Get out. Really?
Yeah. And,
wow.
There's a couple more that are like 139. So, yeah, there are sections. I'm trying to look to see what's the most expensive one still available.
I'm going to say that's going to be north of $2,000.
I see. No. It's still hockey, dude. I'm not
disagreeing with you. And on top of that, I looked it up the other day.
250 is, well, there's one for 345.
Okay. The population of Raleigh, North Carolina is only like 400,000 people, right? Like it's not a metropolis. That is a healthy amount of people, but that's the entire Raleigh metro, which from my understanding is relatively spread out. It does include NC State, UNC, and Duke. So a solid percentage of that population are people that are at or employed by the campus and probably aren't necessarily the hockey demo / going to a bunch of games. So I do, if this was the exact same teams, but this was the Dallas.
All right, so I did look up the tickets for the 28th that you're talking about, and those are more expensive. But the cheapest one looks like it's about $220. So that's
I'd pay for that. I'd pay that.
Yeah,
I'd pay that to go to the game. To go to a game 5, which probably won't be, but could theoretically. And
it's probably one of those things that it'd probably be best to buy it now, though, because by the time
100%.
If it gets to that, it'd probably be more.
100%. Because and I do think, you know how we've talked a couple of times about about like with playoff tickets versus conference championship games, how you're probably less likely to see people spending money on a conference championship game ticket, because if you're working with limited resources, you may want to save up to be able to go to a playoff game, right? Especially if your team's going to be playing either somewhere close to you in their playoff game or somewhere that is a destination, right? Clemson gets sent to Los Angeles, California. Maybe there's some of y'all that go, you know what? GSP flies direct to LAX, so I'm just going to get a cheap flight, and I'm going to go see a playoff game at the Coliseum instead of going to Charlotte and Bank of America to watch us play for an event that doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. If you're a hockey fan and you got a choice between buying a ticket for Game 1, which, this may shock you, nobody can get eliminated, or buying a hockey ticket for Game 5, in which case maybe one of those two teams is facing elimination in a gentleman's sweep, or Game 7, which right now doesn't exist. But if you have a ticket to a Game 7, that's the most exciting thing in the Stanley Cup. I will probably gamble the money on there being a Game 5.
It's a gamble, period, thinking that they're going to be that you're going to get that many games.
Right.
So if you really just want to go to a playoff game, the best bet would be to go tonight. But,
Yeah, go Game 1 because you know it's happening.
Yeah.
Now, again, there's zero chance, there's not a snowball's chance in Hades that this thing's not going to at least Game 5. I don't know if it's going to 7. I'd be willing to bet it was. I would roll the dice on putting $400 down for a Game 7 ticket today and hope it goes 7 and get my money back if it doesn't, but also not go to a game, than buy a $200 ticket to go see Game 1. I'd rather roll the dice that it's going to go 7 and be there for that. Whatever. Blah, blah, blah. We'll talk more about that. Going to do a preview of this series a little bit later on in the show, but we're a little bit late, so let's very quickly do this thing we do here.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
I'm not going to play with it anymore.
yeah, stop it.
before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet on the Fan Upstate.
Water Cooler Cheat Sheet, top 3 sports stories you need to know before you get to the office and start talking sports with your coworkers. When you do, this is what you're going to be talking about very quickly. Item number 1. I don't care if you don't think that this is a story worthy of being included in the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet. I am including it anyway. Adam Schefter reporting this morning, less than an hour ago, that at the owners' meetings of the National Football League coming up today in Minneapolis, Minnesota, he believes the NFL owners will vote to approve a proposal that will allow NFL players to participate in and represent Team USA in the first ever Olympic flag football competition set for 2028 in Los Angeles, California. He said that sources are telling him that the owners have been pretty open to this being a yes, and that he expects that this will be an easy vote to pass today. There is another side of the discussion that we had about this earlier in the show, great one, and that is the fact that this is still 3 years away, right? Like, there's a lot of time for NFL teams just to prove it now, give 3 years to talk about it, to think about it, to kind of decide your strategy and approach, to decide what's the highest caliber player you are willing to let go, to find out what players may be interested in going. Hell, some of the guys that we have brought up for discussion, guys like Kyler Murray, theoretically might not be in the league 3 years from now.
I was going to say, not only that, but there are some retired players that maybe have just recently retired that may want to go play.
So we will see how that shapes up. And if that vote is approved today, then those teams will have 3 years to decide what their strategy, if any, is for who they decide to allow to participate, who they will bar, or really, I guess in this case, probably just ask not to participate. We will find out. There is one more proposal on the table for the owners' meetings today. The Green Bay Packers have amended the proposal for the banning of the tush push. Under the old rule proposal, the rule was going to be that immediately after the snap, no player could physically assist the ball carrier. Under the new proposal, the immediately after the snap language is gone, meaning that whatever rule is approved would be for the duration of an offensive play. And instead of immediately assisting the ball carrier, the new proposal states assisting the ball carrier in any way that is not blocking a defender. So now you cannot do anything under this new rules proposal. It is effectively a Bush push, a USC Bush push rule. You cannot assist the player. So this would include, say, runs off the outside. If your running back gets to the outside and he gets stacked up by 2 defenders, you no longer can block into his back and push him through a pile.
So what they're doing is they're proposing going back to what it was in the NFL for the majority of the time the NFL has been around.
No,
yeah,
worse. No.
Because remember, we checked. This rule is not assisting a ball carrier is only been around for like, I don't know, 6-7 years or something like that.
Correct. At the line. That's kind of the distinguishing factor here. This rule, my interpretation of this rule as written, as somebody who's big into language and semantics and words meaning what they say, this would say the immediately after the snap language is gone, which means that any part of a play. So Patrick Mahomes hands it to Rashee Rice. He jets off the right-hand side. It gets to the outside, and he meets 2 cornerbacks. And here comes Travis Kelce. According to the rule as written and proposed that will be voted on at these owners' meetings, if it passes, Travis Kelce could not jump into the back of Rashee Rice with a shoulder and help push him forward.
Yeah, see,
all he could do was hit one of the
it.
outside players.
I'm okay with that. I think they should go back to that. That's how it used to be, and I don't have a problem with it.
It is going to change the way that outside football works. Scrums aren't going to be a thing anymore.
It's going to move it back to how it used to be.
Maybe so.
Sometimes how it used to be is okay.
Yeah, but sometimes how it used to be isn't. So I'm interested to see how this shapes up. We'll talk more about this a little bit later on in the show. Let us jump to item numero dos. Don't need to spend a ton of time on this. Well, because we kind of already did. The Carolina Hurricanes will open the Eastern Conference half of the conference finals of Lord Stanley's Cup this evening. The Canes will host Florida in games 1 and 2. Game 1 tonight at 8 p.m. on TNT. Game 2 will be Thursday on TNT, also at 8 o'clock. Game 3 at Florida on TNT. That will be Saturday. Game 4 is Monday. Game 5, should it be necessary, will be on Wednesday. And then Game 6 on Friday. Game 7 on Sunday of next week, if necessary. Over on the other side, the the Western Conference of the Stanley Cup playoffs, Edmonton and Dallas, the Stars, will host this finals of the Western Conference. Their opening game is tomorrow. We will alternate days all the way through. So East tonight, West tomorrow, East Thursday, West Friday, East Saturday. I'll tell you this. There has been a conversation over in the National Basketball Association, and I do not remember which player it was that brought it up the other day, but one of the players was making the argument that the NBA, and I think it was because of the Nuggets, because the Nuggets played effectively a game every other day for like 12 straight days. They play more games in a 2-week span than any other team in the playoffs, and there were some scheduling reasons for that, stadium availability, whatever, but made the argument that the NBA playoffs should be every other day at one stadium, travel day plus a rest day when you change venues. Hockey said, bleep that. We're doing it every other day, including your travel days. Get it together, boys. We'll talk some more Stanley Cup playoffs a little bit later on in the show. Let's get to item number 3. There are 2 items that could go here. One of them we got to earlier in the show, Spencer Strider making his return for the Atlanta Braves. He will be on the bump tonight when the Bravos are at the Washington Nationals. We'll have a full breakdown of that game for you on tomorrow's show, but I'm not going to make that item number 3. Instead, I'm going to make this item number 3. We had already heard this story not terribly long ago, but now we have a couple of updates on it. One of those updates that we have, Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports is reporting that there is a document being circulated right now amongst high-ranking officials of the Power 4 conferences, the ACC, the Big 12, the Big 10, and the SEC. Dellinger says that, according to sources, this document being circulated to officials from the Power 4 conferences would be an agreement between the conferences and the schools within them that they will adhere to the regulations and rules of whatever the governing agency created by the House v. NCAA settlement is. They will adhere to those regulations even when state law is contradictory to them. So basically, and we'll see if this is a power move, and we're going to talk about this in the next segment. Basically, this document says the conferences sign it, the member institutions agree. We will adhere to whatever this NCAA new governing agency says as far as NIL, as far as transfer portal, as far as revenue splitting, etc. Even if our state gives us permission to act more liberally, we will adhere to what the agency is. Is this a step in the direction of the power conferences making a move to create nationwide regulation and forcing the individual schools to adhere to them under punishment of? I'll tell you when we come back. Oh, juicy. Stick around. The Rob Brown Show, the Fan Upstate.
You see.
All right, guys, quick live coming right back. Stay right there for me, please, and thank you. Dellinger has an article that he dropped last night at about 9 p.m. It is very interesting. There is a Senate bill in Tennessee that is going to be signed, actually was signed, pardon me, by the governor, Bill Lee. Senate Bill 536 paves the way, according to Dellinger, for state schools. That includes the University of Tennessee. That includes Vanderbilt. That includes Memphis, et cetera, et cetera. Their affiliated collectives would be, under Tennessee state law, permitted to break House settlement-related rules and prevent college sports' new enforcement entity, whatever it is when it emerges from the House settlement, from penalizing those schools. Dellinger says, in layman's terms, quote, the law is a launched missile towards plans from the NCAA and power conferences to police the revenue-sharing era of college sports, taking aim at the athlete compensation cap, the severe penalties for rule breakers, and the policies that prevent phony booster-backed name, image, and likeness deals to players. So Tennessee, via their state government, was effectively going to say, our schools do not have to follow the rules and regulations laid forth by the House settlement, whatever they turn out to be, and do not have to adhere to whatever discipline is suggested, administered, whatever, by whatever the new governing agency of the NCAA that oversees all of this is going to ultimately be. They are protected from that. They can act under our laws, our rules, our regulations, and do so at will. Obviously, that would create a massive problem for everybody else in those conferences. That would be obviously the SEC, the ACC, just any conference that has a school in Tennessee. Every other school in every other state in that conference that does not have a state legislature that decides to actively engage and pass laws like Tennessee's state legislature is doing right now would be at a distinct disadvantage because those schools would be obligated to follow the law of the NCAA's new governing agency or disciplinary agency. And if that turned out to be the case, if you're South Carolina and South Carolina's state legislature does not give the same permissions, the same fluidity to its state schools that Tennessee does, by default, South Carolina will be at a distinct disadvantage to the University of Tennessee, a clear and obvious one, which would mean that there are two options. Either the state legislature looks at that and they go, we don't care, and the schools have to play the ball the way the ball is set to be played, or those state legislatures all have to go, well, the only way that we know that South Carolina is going to be able to keep up with Tennessee is if we enact the same rules. And then guess what happens? Georgia does it, Florida does it, North Carolina does it. And we get to a point where, courtesy of this decision, the NCAA's new governing agency has no agency. They have no ability to do anything, to legislate, to discipline, to punish, which means that there's no rules for all of the people who have been yelling, screaming, hooting, and hollering and being angry at the Wild West vibe of college sports. You now should, in my ever so humble opinion, be directing that ire at state legislatures who say, yeah, we don't care about your NCAA governing agency. We don't care about your NCAA governing rules and regulations. We give full carte blanche to our teams to do whatever the hell that they want because they are going to strong arm your state into doing the same thing. Now, in order to combat that, whether it works or not, we will see. We're going to talk about it in this segment and honestly, the next one as well. According to Dellinger, officials from the Big Ten, SEC, Big 12, and ACC are circulating a draft of a first-of-its-kind document intended to prevent universities from using their state laws to violate new enforcement rules and, in what Dellinger labels as a stunning concept, requires member institutions to waive their right to pursue legal challenges against the new enforcement entity, the College Sports Commission. The document, according to Dellinger, has been viewed by dozens of leading school administrators and would bind institutions to the enforcement policies even if their state law is contradictory, and would exempt the CSC, College Sports Committee, from lawsuits from member schools over enforcement decisions, offering instead a route for schools to pursue arbitration. The document, described as an affiliation or members agreement, is not finalized, but a draft of the contract has been distributed to several school presidents, general counsels, and athletic directors, many of whom have expressed legal concerns with several of the document's concepts, which are being refined currently. The document is meant to be signed by all Power Conference schools, perhaps as well as others opting into the settlement, as a way to bind the group and provide stability across the enforcement of rules. That includes, most notably, decisions from the now NIL run, the new NIL clearinghouse dubbed NIL Go, an entity expected to more strictly enforce booster pay across the entire NCAA. The consequence for not signing the agreement: a school risk the loss of conference membership and participation against other Power League programs. One AD said, quote, "You have to sign it or we don't play you," end quote. Let's talk about this in detail and what it might mean for the future of college football when we come back. Rob Brown, the Great Malonzo, and you on the Rob Brown Show. It is The Fan Upstate. Give me 30 seconds, guys. Got to make a phone call real quick. We'll be right back. The document Ross Dellinger reporting on, being circulated amongst conference officials and school officials right now, including athletic directors, if signed by the conferences and by the schools, would basically create a way for the conferences to say, you are going to, if you wish to remain in our conference, you are going to play by the rules that are put into place by and enforced by the new College Sports Commission. This is not Donald Trump's commission. This will be an NCAA commission. Donald Trump's commission would operate separately if it comes to be. But basically it says if you want to stay in our power conference, you are going to play by the rules that are established, created, and enforced by this new College Sports Commission. And if you are unwilling to do that, you risk expulsion from the Power 4 conference that you are in. Now, this is going to be, I think, the next few days as this thing picks up traction, as this thing is distributed, as it is amended, as Ross Dellinger is saying, is the discussion right now behind the scenes. A number of schools have expressed legal concerns about the document. Is it legal in and of itself? Is it something that could be challenged by a school as potentially being an antitrust violation, right? You're effectively working on creating a monopoly of college football because there's nowhere else for us to play. We could all go independent, but we can't survive that way. Unless you're Notre Dame or a military academy that gets government funding to stay afloat, we can't survive this way.
What's a violation? Give me an example, because I'm having a hard time understanding this. What's a violation? So what would get a team in trouble?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. That's a lawyer question. What would be an antitrust violation? So antitrust laws are put into place in order to prevent monopolies from forming in any given industry, right? Like there are rules and guidelines say, and I don't know why this example came to the front of my mind, but say for air travel, right? There are antitrust laws in place that say that financially speaking or whatever, airlines are not allowed to do this thing. Because if they do this thing, so collusion is an antitrust exemption, right? Or an antitrust law. Airlines could, because there are only, 4 major airlines across the United States. Airlines could theoretically send their 5 CEOs, 4 CEOs, whatever it is, to a group retreat in Bali, and they could all say, all right, new rule, none of us are going to charge less than $100 for a passenger to check a bag. And if all 5 of them were to agree to that, and all 5 airlines all at the same time put into place a $100 checked bag fee, then we as passengers, we don't have any ability to do anything about it. Effectively, antitrust laws are put into place to demand competition in pricing and availability across a particular industry. That's not to say that they all work, but the spirit of antitrust laws is to mandate competition across an industry so that we as consumers are provided a fair market price driven to its market by competition between competitors. Now, when you start talking about, say, the airline industry, again, there's only 4 of them. And if one of them raises their checked bag rate by $25 and they do not see a drop in business because people go, oh, you were charging me $75, now you're charging me $100 to check a bag, I'm going to go to Southwest.
Okay, I'm still just a little lost. So let's say that South Carolina is playing Tennessee and the law's in place in Tennessee. What would South Carolina have to do to be in trouble?
Again, I don't know. Like that, we could.
It just sounds like a bunch of lawyers speak without repercussions or telling us,
all right,
telling us
hang on,
exactly what it does.
Let me get to the heart of the story then. Let me get to, because I think this is where it's not so much what South Carolina would do to get in trouble. It's what Tennessee, under the state law, can do that South Carolina cannot do, right? So let's say that the commission comes down and they hand down a new NIL regulation, right? NIL regulation says that. And I'm fantasy booking here, so stick with me. I'm making this up. It's a hypothetical. But the new College Sports Commission comes up with a new NIL law that says, in order for an entity outside of the school's revenue sharing, which is that $22 million cap, NIL outside payments will still be allowed, right? A business can still go, or a collective can still go and say, all right, you got this much in revenue sharing and we're going to give you this much in NIL. If the state, if the NIL commission from the NCAA, this new commission, was to come down and they were to say, all right, in order for a collective to exist and work with a school, which they must do, they have to have this license, and they have to go through this many hoops, and they got to do this many things, whatever. And every school agrees to that. But the state of Tennessee passes a law that says, nope, not in our state. In our state, they don't have to do that. And the state law says that they just have to do these things. And those things are much more flexible, but that's the state law. That school can then go to the commission and go, actually, even though we're not following your guidelines, we have to do this by state law or we don't get state funds, right? So we have to do it. Even though it's obviously very beneficial to the school, we have to do these things that our state law has codified. And in doing those things, they gain an advantage because South Carolina is still obligated to follow the College Sports Commission rules, and Tennessee is saying, our laws, our state laws supersede us from following your rules. We have to follow theirs or else we don't get to play, we don't get to have a school anymore. South Carolina goes, we can't compete with that, right? We can't compete with that. So what this document, according to Dellinger, is set to do is create an agreement amongst the Power Four conferences, and we'll see if some of the smaller conferences ultimately get in on this or not, but amongst the Power Four conferences where the money is in college football. Amongst the Power Four colleges, Power Four conferences, we all agree that even with our state laws being contradictory, we agree that we are going to follow this. I will say again beforehand, as with everything that is going to happen for a very long time in terms of any changes outside of the House settlement, everything is going to be challenged legally, like a lot, like big time. Like, I would not be shocked if, I know I just said like 3 times, but I'm putting multiple sentences together. Stick with me. Everything is going to be challenged to a point that I would not be shocked if sometime within the next decade or so, one of these challenges, because it is such a convoluted conversation about a multi-billion-dollar industry, I would be not shocked if at some point in the next decade, one of the legal challenges to the House settlement, to the College Sports Commission, to the NCAA, to all these different things that are going on right now, was to potentially make it up to the Supreme Court, to get to the highest court in the land to issue a final ruling on what this can look like. But because I will say what I don't know is the example that I just gave you. If the University of Tennessee, because the SEC says, hey, yo, sign this or you're out of the conference. Well, if you're Tennessee, you can't leave the SEC. You're getting paid $110+ million a year. ACC schools are getting $45 million. You're getting 110+, and that number's going up next year. So you can't walk away from $110 million. You got to sign this thing. If at its purest, it really is sign it or you're out of the conference. If the SEC, if Greg Sankey calls him and goes, look, you got to sign it or you're out. We'll replace you with somebody, right? Somebody's going to want in. If that happens, I suspect the state of Tennessee will legally challenge this in a federal court. We'll say, whoa, wait a minute. Why is it that this college sports governing entity, which has no legislative or governmental power, can make our state's schools adhere to its laws at the cost of ignoring ours, right? Again, this is only going to be if Tennessee was to enact a law that says a college must do this. And then they say something like if I was to say to Lonzo, in order to remain the co-host on this radio program, you must go home and play 2 hours of video games today. Zoe would be like, oh no, what a tough rule you've put into place on me. How will I ever survive it?
Only 2 hours? There's a restriction?
Right. Minimum 2 hours. Zoe's going to go, oh, tough rule. But you know what? I think I want to be a part of this show so much I'll adhere to it, right? That's not a rule. That's a benefit disguised as a law. That if Tennessee...
It also would be hard to be enforced because they would have to be in my home and know if I was...
Sure. The breakdown of the hypothetical is it's a benefit disguised as a rule, right? Now, again, that is part... In fairness, your analogy addition there is absolutely part of all of this because... Does the NCAA will have governmental oversight over the schools under the College Football Commission, but how much will they have in terms of ability to track, ability to keep an eye on, ability to enforce, et cetera? Kind of like that. I can take Zoe's word for it that he's going to go home and play his 2 hours of Rob Brown Show mandated video gaming, but I can't prove that he did it. And if he didn't, I can't do anything to punish him for it, right? Because I can't prove that he didn't. So if Tennessee was to pass a law that is the college football equivalent of Zoe must go home and play 2 hours of video games tonight in order to remain on the show. If they pass a law that's a benefit disguised as a law, and it contradicts a rule put down by the new College Sports Commission, the governing agency of the college football landscape, then Tennessee obviously is going to challenge that. And they're going to go, whoa. No agency that is effectively a business has the right to step in and tell our state schools that they have to go against our state laws, especially the public schools, that they have to go against our state laws in order to play under their rules, if they are contradictory. Meaning that Tennessee says by law you have to do this thing, and this commission says by our rules you can't do that thing. The state of Tennessee is going to say legislatively, under our state legislature, under our state law, Tennessee is mandated to do it. Vanderbilt, Memphis, they are mandated to do this thing, and now you're telling them they actively cannot do that thing. That's going to be challenged. But the premise of all of this is the four power conferences working in conglomeration with each other to create the one thing that all of us have been asking for, which is, honestly, don't even care what the rules are. Just have a blanket set of rules that everybody must play under. Have a blanket set of rules that teams in Ohio and California and Oregon and New Jersey and Florida and the Carolinas and Georgia and Alabama, all of the schools must adhere to when it comes to college sports, football primarily. All of the schools must adhere to this blanket set of rules. This is, if Dellinger's reporting is accurate, and again, he's been pretty good with all this stuff. If his reporting is accurate, this is the four power conferences saying, you know what? We do need a blanket set of rules. And we, as the four power conferences, will all sign a document together, all of our member institutions, that says, yes, the NCAA will be our governing body, will be our supreme governing body, and their rules will apply to everyone in the Power Four conferences, so we're all under a blanket. We're all in the same bed together. We almost follow the same rules. That's good. That's a good thing. Do I think even if it is signed and passed today that it is going to stand as official? No. I think by the end of the day, if nobody else, the state body of Tennessee, the state of Tennessee, would bring that to one of the higher level federal courts and say, we aren't good with this. and have a federal judge step down. And depending on the political leanings of the judge, the business leanings of the judge, the background of the judge, whatever, they may straight up go, yeah, no, that document holds no weight. You cannot make Tennessee schools go against the Tennessee state law. Figure something else out, in which case nothing changes. But if nobody challenges it and everybody's on board with it, here's your blanket law that everybody would lay under together and level the field, even if it's at a higher level than we like for these smaller power schools. We'll talk more about this later on in the radio program. Right now, you're all going to sit back, relax, and enjoy the soothing sounds and pleasant sensations of Lonzo's Sports Flash.
And now for something simple that doesn't require brain power. Let's talk about Atlanta Braves. Spencer Strider is off of the injured list and will return to the pitching rotation today. He's expected to start against the Nationals on the road this evening. Strider has thrown one game this year, allowing 2 runs on 5 hits against the Blue Jays, but strained his hamstring, sending him back to the IL, but now he's back. Carolina Hurricanes will open the Eastern Conference Finals of the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight against the Florida Panthers. Carolina will host the series opening with games 1 and 2 in Raleigh. The Hurricanes are a slight favorite in the series. Green Bay Packers have revised their proposal to ban the tush push made infamous by the Philadelphia Eagles. Under the new rule proposal, offensive players would not be able to provide any assistance to a ball carrier with the exception of blocking the opponents, which is how it should be. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show is next, right here on The Fan, Upstate. Rob, turn your mic off.
Transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's.
Wow, an exclamation of pain.
The freaking wheels, there's like a ridge in the carpet, and one of the front wheel gets stuck on it.
No, it's just the wheels. Hey, you haven't seen me over here fighting?
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. The wheels stop, and they're new wheels.
For the record, I'd go back to my old chair in a heartbeat if it wasn't, if it didn't try to
If you
actively
didn't destroy
murder me.
it.
If it didn't try to take me TF out.
It's because your ill treatment of the chair. They try to get revenge. Bless
Pardon
you.
me. Thank you.
Good morning.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Zoe, I
You stay classy.
always do. It's all I know how to do, to be honest with you. It's just be a classy dude.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about where you're going now. So I mean, you know.
No, not at all. I'm interested in your initial and immediate knee-jerk reaction to that story we were talking about in the last segment. Like, I know that to fully comprehend and understand, which again, like, I'm combination working on comprehending / also fantasy booking where it's going to go based on
All right.
what we've read. What's your knee-jerk
All right,
reaction?
my reaction is this is akin to the guy in Ohio trying to make a noon kickoffs not a thing. It's much ado about it. It's just, look, I'm working, I'm doing something. Nothing's going to come of it. I don't believe. It's hard
The
to
Tennessee part,
Yeah,
or the NCAA, or the document.
The Tennessee part.
Okay.
I think it's pointless. I don't think it does anything because it's not. It doesn't clearly describe what it's doing. I think this is just another case of politicians trying to look like they're doing something.
I need
and that's
to.
just I know I am anti-politics. It don't matter what side you're on, but I mean, if it's something productive that's easy to, if I can understand it, anybody else can. I don't get it. I don't get what it actually does, what it prevents, and I think it's useless and it's a waste of Tennessee taxpayer dollars. And I'm concerned about Tennessee taxpayer dollars.
I'm sure you are. Tennessee Senate Bill 536, and that is not necessarily the trigger for this document. This document has apparently been in at least a very rough draft of its whatever final bill is going to be down the line for some time now. College sports authorities, I will say, have been discussing this as a possibility for a couple of months now. And again, I think it makes sense that they would, that the power players at the heart of college sports, obviously primarily football, would be interested in working towards a way that they could all work together to say, here is what is allowed and what is not. The best thing that the players have going for them is this House settlement. This House settlement is obviously what is creating both the multi-billion dollars in back pay to former athletes, as well as the revenue sharing plan for athletic departments going forward to put some of the profits of college, again, primarily football, but college athletics at large, into the pockets of the athletes who participate. That's the strongest legal tool that the athletes, players, agents have going for them right now. The folks at the conference levels, the folks at the school levels, obviously want to do whatever they can do to protect themselves, both legislatively, legally, and try to keep as many dollars in their own pockets as is possible. That is the ultimate goal for them as well. However, some states are going to be willing as there is no blanket set of regulations that covers all schools. Some states are going to be willing to create legally, legislatively, advantages for their schools in their state. Because while you may look at it and go, why is a politician up to the governor of the state of Tennessee involved in college sports? Yeah, I think you got to look at this from the financial standpoint, from the money standpoint. Tennessee athletics, Tennessee sports, and I'm talking about football. I am talking about a very good baseball program. I'm talking about a very proficient women's basketball school. I'm talking about, obviously, a legendary men's basketball program. Tennessee is massive to the community of Knoxville financially. It is also massive to the state of Tennessee as well. As long as they remain prestigious in sports, it will also give them a leg up in being a prestigious university, meaning more people are going to want to be there, meaning that they will have more alums that will be involved, that will stay in the state of Tennessee for work, et cetera, et cetera. Investing in, and this is where it is going to be a little bit political philosophy, for a lot of people, and this is in my opinion, and I can go find it, backed up by data, investing in your state universities and colleges is an investment in the future of your state, because many students who graduate college stay in the state that they graduated college from. So if you are cranking out students from a prestigious university in Tennessee, it is more likely that they will stay in the state of Tennessee and generate money for that state. But also, it is important to people that their schools' athletic programs be good. And so if the state of Tennessee can craft legislatively advantages for their schools over the schools in other states, that is going to help them ensure that their state's schools are good at football, which is a huge income generating thing for many of these schools and therefore many of the states in which they reside. So the whole premise behind it is that, sure, it may look on a surface level evaluation like it is just some politicians that are trying to garner favor from fans of the University of Tennessee. Because let's keep it a buck. You, me, and everybody else have a couple of people in our lives that would vote for a politician who says, I'm going to make Tennessee football great again. There are people who would vote for a guy just based on that. And so if the campaign platform, would you be shocked if Bill Lee, the governor of Tennessee, and I'm not super versed on Tennessee politics, so I don't know if he's got a re-election available or not, but let's say he does for the sake of the conversation. And if he doesn't, let's say he was going to try to move on from being the governor to running for the House of Representatives or the senator as a politician from Tennessee representing in Washington, D.C. Do you think for a second that it's not a hell of a political pitch in Tennessee to go, I created a platform for the Tennessee Volunteers to thrive above other SEC schools, above other schools nationally. And if they can say that, and especially if with these advantages handed to them by the state legislature, Tennessee does start to make its way back to national powerhouse. You think that's not gaining him some damn votes in that state? Of course he is. Of course it is.
That's kind of my point.
Yeah, of course it is. However, it would also work, theoretically speaking. Again, fantasy booking it. If Tennessee was to say, if the College Sports Commission, founded by the NCAA as a result of the House v. NCAA settlement, if that settlement was to say that all academic institutions playing sports under the NCAA banner, their NIL collectives were obligated to fulfill task A, B, and C. And then the Tennessee state legislature was to pass some law that says NIL collectors working with Tennessee state schools must do C, D, and E. And C, D, and E stand in contrasting, not even contrasting, stand in absolute what's the word I'm looking for? Opposite positions from the NCAA's thing. And the University of Tennessee, Memphis, Vanderbilt, whatever, pick your school, was to say, welp, we have to be compliant with Tennessee state law. Tennessee state law says we must do this, this, and this, which are diametrically opposed to what the NCAA says we must do. But if we don't do these things mandated by the Tennessee state legislature, we don't get state funding. And if we don't get state funding, we're not a school anymore. But those things that Tennessee makes them do legislatively actually help them, right? They're not laws that restrict, they're laws that push them to do more and do things that other schools in the SEC, the ACC, the Big 10, the Big 12 can't do unless their states pass a law that say the same thing. And don't get me wrong, I suspect many of them would. But again, if they do, then they can start crafting their own laws that not just match Tennessee's, but maybe do more for their schools. And now Tennessee is the one getting left behind. You want to talk about the wild, wild west? If every state government, or at least the ones that care about the athletic programs at their state institutions, if every school in every state started seeing their state craft unique legislative policy that puts them ahead of everybody else, and then the other states play catch up and they go a little bit more, there's your Wild West. I have been complaining for a while now about the use of the term the Wild West. I get it, and you're not even necessarily wrong. The issue I've always taken with it is that by utilizing that term, the Wild West in college sports, to me, you cast aspersion on the people who benefit from it, not the people who made it a thing. And your ire, in my opinion, should be directed at the people who made it that way, not the people benefiting from it. So if you want to get mad about the wild, wild west of college sports, you ought right now be getting upset with the state of Tennessee and Senate Bill 536, which is the Wild Wild West. Hey, we're going to let our schools do stuff that your schools can't do, which means that your state either has to allow them to do it, which means they'll likely allow them to do more and keep up, or get left behind, not have the same resources to compete. It's the same discussion that we have had about the ACC by being given 2 less automatic qualifier berths in the college football playoffs, which means, therefore, they are only guaranteed half as much money from the college football playoff as the SEC and the Big Ten. Can't keep up. They are already at a disadvantage. The SEC and the Big Ten are handing out north of $110 million per school per year. The ACC gave out $45 million, and that's the most they've ever. Now, who do you think's going to be able to get more done? The school that's got $112 million in the coffers, or the school that's got 45? Come on, you're a grown-up. You know the answer to that. So, with that being said, it's just a state legislature-involved version of that same conversation. If Tennessee's state legislature says, our school is allowed to X, Y, and Z, and the state of Ohio does not act to match that, the Ohio State Buckeyes are now at an inherent disadvantage to the Tennessee Volunteers because they have to follow rules that Tennessee does not in the same game. And that's, to me, that's a problem. I will go to bat on behalf of the horse chestnuts in that situation. Because at the end of the day, there is one thing in life. My old man used to say all the time, buddy, life's not fair. That was one of his catchphrases. He had a few. One of them was, life's not fair. I go, wait a minute, Dad. this kid over here, I turned 16 and you gave me a 12-year-old beat up Cadillac DeVille that's as old as I am. And my old man went, okay. And I go, that guy over there's dad bought him a brand new truck. That's not fair. And the old man would go, buddy, life's not fair. And that was a life lesson. I'm glad he taught it to me because now in the real world where adults operate, I am very familiar with the understanding that life's not fair. There's a lot of cats out there that don't understand. Life's not fair. Not everybody gets the same stuff. It's very frustrating sometimes. But
thank you for proving that because those sound like rich kid problems.
I mean, again, like
someone giving someone a car? What's that?
In retrospect now as an adult, number one, I'm very glad he taught me that lesson that way. Number two, I recognize it was still a pretty damn nice car. Still a pretty nice car. 3.2 liter North Star V8 engine. My caddy would have outrun every other car in that parking lot. It was a land yacht, and I hated it because it wasn't a cool, hip new car. Now, as an adult, I'll tell you right now, if I can find a 1998 Cadillac Seville with the OG 3.2 liter V8 North Star in it, I'm buying that car on the spot.
Sounds like
it was a great ride.
A hoopty that would seat 15.
Look it up. It was a big damn car. 4-seater, big damn car, right? Anyway, but the point is, I learned the life's not fair lessons. However, there is one spot in our lives that I do not subscribe to that theory, and it is on the field of competition when it comes to a sport that everybody has a crack at the title. It is the one place where it does not matter if your school is rich or poor, from the city or the country, the north side, the south side. It does not matter if it is a religious institution, a secular institution. It doesn't matter if it's a private school, if it's a state school. If you are playing under the NCAA banner with an opportunity to win a college football playoff national championship, everyone should be playing under the same blanket rules. Some may be able to go further under those rules, but everyone should have the same ones. The NCAA and the power conferences are on their way to developing a blanket set of rules that everyone would have to play under, and the state of Tennessee said, that don't work for me, dog. We're going to give our guys a special exemption. And if they do that, then all of the report about all of this stuff that Dellinger put in his article, all of it becomes absolutely pointless. A waste of time. Exactly right. All of it becomes a waste of time because there is no other school that is going to be obligated to follow up, because every state legislator will follow Tennessee's example, and they're going to all outdo each other in the college sports arms race. Then you have your Wild Wild West truly and legislatively, which is good luck beating that. Take a break. Come back here in just a minute. Let's talk some Stanley Cup playoffs. The Florida Panthers and the Carolina Hurricanes set for Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight, 8 p.m. Let's take a look at Game 1. Let's take a look at the series. I'll tell you why I absolutely do believe the Canes can move on from the series, but they got to get one thing right that they did not in the last series, and I'll tell you what it is when we come back on The Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Me and Zoe got a horse as our first transportation.
I didn't even get a bus ticket. I don't know what you're talking about. See if a friend will pick you up for work or walk.
See if a friend will pick you up. Give me 30 seconds, guys.
just sent you something on Twitter. That's what our neighborhood basketball looked like.
Let's see, Oh, somebody just showed. Oh, I just saw the Zoe Stark thing close up and in slow motion.
Yeah. Get
zoomed in on it.
You don't want to do that. That was bad.
I don't want to open my eyes again. Like, I've clicked off of it. I'm pretty sure I clicked off of it, but just in case. Nope, I didn't. Damn it. I'm looking at this half of the screen only.
Where's your wheel? Scroll down.
It was in a DM, so it was just like there. Oh, that was right. It went the wrong way. Okay, so I've seen this before. It is like it's Russian MMA basketball. If you notice, that's a wrestling mat they're on. It's a giant wrestling mat. That's not a basketball court.
Yeah, now I notice it doesn't look like they're wearing shoes.
Yep.
Okay.
It is Russian MMA basketball. I do not know what the rules are.
It's weird, but that looks like fun to me. I mean, not the guy who got suplexed, but I would,
Yeah, I would assume suplexing someone else is fun. The problem is any position you are in where you get to suplex someone else means you are in a position to be suplexed.
High school wrestling, sometimes before practice would start, we would pro wrestle, including there were bleachers that were pushed together to block off the room because it was just like an upper room in the gym. And people would jump off the top, and got a guy in a camel clutch, and he cried. Because if you do it properly, and they're not smart enough to just, like, grab a hold, I mean, once you get under that chin, if you get under there really good. Stop it, Rachel, stop it. I can't, stop, please, stop.
Last night during one of the triple threats, Natalia put somebody into a sharpshooter. And my first time wrestling show buddy looks at me and he goes, dude, I used to do that to my little brother. I was like, every big brother used to do that to their little brother. Carolina Hurricanes, Florida Panthers, round 3, Eastern Conference semifinals getting underway tonight in Raleigh, North Carolina. Look, this is a interesting and fun spot for your boy Rob Brown. This is what, the third time that these two teams have met up with each other for either conference semifinals or conference finals since I have moved here. Obviously, as a kid who spent roughly 33 years living in various areas across the Sunshine State, with the exception of the butthole of America, Jacksonville, Florida. I love the state of Florida. I do. I love Key West. I love Miami. I love Coral Gables, Judge Away. I love Orlando. I love Destin, Pensacola, my hometown. I love the state of Florida. And it is, in its own antagonistic way, very fun for me to be able to tell my Canadian amigos, of which I have a few of them, that hockey belongs to Florida, baby. So I'm good with the Panthers moving on from this series. However, as I do, you may know this, live in the Carolinas. And they are the Carolina Hurricanes, not the North Carolina Hurricanes, not the Raleigh Hurricanes. They are the Carolina Hurricanes. And on top of that, because this team, I think, was one of the first professional teams at the highest level of American professional sports to decide, you know what? Hear us out. What if we don't take ourselves seriously, right? Like, what if we have fun? What if we act like our fans act about the game? What if we have fun? When Don Cherry, after they started doing the skull clap and dunk contest on the ice post-win sellies, when Don Cherry, legendary hockey dude, he was the one that always wore the funny suit jackets, called Carolina a bunch of jerks well before I moved here. when he called them a bunch of jerks. And the very next year, Carolina opened their season by selling shirts that were the exact same as their official NHL shirts that had the flag and said Hurricanes across the front. But instead of Hurricanes, it said bunch of jerks. Oh, I was all in. I was all in. And considering the fact that as a hockey lover and somebody who's going to talk about the Stanley Cup playoffs all the way until somebody lifts the arguably most prestigious trophy in all of American professional sports, I'm going to talk about it, but let's keep it a buck here. If the Hurricanes are alive and in contention, I have a lot more leeway to talk a lot more hockey. And I'm a selfish dude, and that's what I want to do. So go Canes. I'm good with either one of these two teams winning the series, provided that the winner goes on to win Lord Stanley's Cup. These two teams have a lot in common with each other, and one primary major difference between them. They have a lot in common with each other in that both of them right now are being anchored by the two best goalies in these playoffs. Jake Oettinger for Dallas has been spectacular. Had a questionable opening round series. That again, so did Frederik Andersen. Had a questionable first-round series, has been dominant ever since. Was under assault from the Winnipeg Jets, held the line. Goaltending is how you win Stanley Cups. That is why it is very interesting, the goaltending matchup in this series. You got Frederik Andersen going for Carolina as goaltender one, and then you've got Sergei Bobrovsky, a.k.a. Bob, going for the Florida Panthers. Bob, similar situation. Round one, had some spots where it looked a little shaky. Round two, Sergei Bobrovsky turned back into Bob, held the Maple Leafs to 1 or 2 goals in pretty much every game. Games where Florida had the offense clicking, they won. Games where the offense wasn't clicking, they did not. These two teams are anchored by arguably the best two goaltenders in the Stanley Cup playoffs this year. Perhaps Jake Oettinger would replace one or both of them. There's no worse than the top three. Even Connor Hellebuyck was not as good, in my opinion, as Freddie and Bob have been for their teams leading up to these series. So both of these teams are going to give up very few goals to the opposition, which means that there is one strength that lines up with one weakness for the Carolina Hurricanes that I think if Florida takes advantage of, it could win them this series. That if Carolina does not account for and play to, could lose them this series. And it is this. The Florida Panthers play not physical hockey. They play antagonistic hockey. The Florida Panthers do not play physical hockey, as in we're going to get up and down the ice and we're going to hit you every time we have the opportunity. The Florida Panthers play hockey that says not only are we going to hit you every opportunity we have, hell, we're going to hit you some of the opportunities that we don't and shouldn't. They are going to hit you off the puck. They are going to hit you anytime that they see the back number on the referee's jersey skating the other way. They're going to pop you. Maybe it's just a stick to the lower extremities. Maybe it's a full-blown smack into the chiclets. They're going to get you. That's a strength for Florida. They are antagonistic. The reason that, told you this when they made the trade, the reason that they went and they made the trade to get Brad Marchand, a.k.a. on this show, Brad, up out of Boston. They made a trade that got the Boston Bruins to send El Capitan to them. Why do you think they did that? The reason is because Brad is the definition of antagonistic player. He is the single most antagonistic player in the NHL. That's why he is the only player in the NHL who is called by only his first name on this show, Brad, because he's been doing it for years. Well, Florida knew what they wanted to be. They knew they wanted to be physical. They knew they wanted to be antagonistic. The style of play that the Florida Panthers have embraced the last couple of years, it just was not working for this team as well this year as it had been in years past. So, in my ever so humble opinion, the Florida Panthers said, tell you what, if we want to go play this style of hockey, let's go get the guy who does it better than anybody else. Let's go get Brad. In my opinion, they brought Brad down to do exactly what they wanted to do the whole time, which is play an antagonistic style of hockey that works on getting you to make mistakes. And I'm talking about that twofold. Obviously, mistakes playing the game. They want to create turnovers. They want you more concerned with where the next big hit is coming from than where you are playing the puck away from your side of the ice. They want you dialed in on, where's Brad? Where's Barkov? Where are the guys that will lay lumber on me? Let me make sure I'm aware of their positioning on the ice, to the detriment of knowing your own teammates' position on the ice, knowing the puck's position on the ice, knowing the offensive shape's position on the ice, et cetera, et cetera. Now, that's a big problem. That in and of itself, that's a hockey problem. That's something you got to deal with, a different format with every team that you play, every game that you play them. Where this becomes a problem for Carolina, in my opinion, is exactly what I said all the way through the Eastern Conference semifinals, their last series against the Washington Capitals. This team has a tendency to play undisciplined. This team has a tendency to react. This team has a tendency to want to fire back at you. If you get physical with the bunch of jerks want to get physical with you. And they will often do it to the detriment of the game of hockey. That is why, in a spot and an opportunity to drive the Washington Capitals to the brink of elimination, there was a spot where Carolina was already on the power play, up 2 goals, 7-8 minutes left to play. All they had to do was finish the game not being dumb, and they were going to do just that. And instead, they took a cheap shot on one side. They came back down. A skater for the Caps got away down the right-hand side, got slammed into the boards, interference called. Now it's 5-on-3. Washington with Alex Ovechkin on the ice is going to score 5-on-3. They did. They brought it to within one. Just like that, we had a hockey game on our hands. That should not have been. Should have been a blowout. Ended up being a close game. If you do that against these Florida Panthers, they don't have an Alex Ovechkin. They do have about 4 out of their starting 5 that can snipe. So if you do that against Florida and you give them 4 or 5 power plays in a night, you're going to lose. If the Carolina Hurricanes play out front of their skates and respond to the antagonistic nature of the Florida Panthers, they will lose tonight and they will lose this series. This series is going to be dictated by and predicated on Carolina's ability to go, okay, cool, they hit us. They cheap shot at us. They're being physical. They're being over-aggressive. Whatever, play our game. If the Canes play their game, they win this series. If they do not win this game and they respond to what Florida's doing, they will lose the series. Back after this on The Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
Up to the minute, upstate traffic. Northbound 85 between 185 and 276 for 3 miles. Speeds are 25 miles an hour. Northbound 85 between 291 and Parkins Mill Road for 2 miles. Speeds are 25 miles an hour. Southbound 85 from the 101 to Pelham Road, there's 7 miles at 25 miles an hour. From the News Talk 98.9 WORD Traffic Center, I'm Bill Brooks on the Fan, upstate.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt.
Dude, I don't know if you, James, checked out social media after Game 7 of that last series. But I can tell you sincerely, Maple Leafs Twitter was the funniest that any toxic Twitter fan base has been in a super long time. I was dying laughing watching these poor guys try to struggle through what they were struggling through. It was hilarious. Turn around. And I need you more tonight. I have only recently been introduced to the greatness of hockey on TSN. I wish every team had a personal TSN. I am unabashedly a fan of broadcast networks that have upset fans as their personalities. It's the best. Joey, appreciate that, man. Happy to do some hockey on the show. During the break, I was scrolling through the old phone because, you like to be able to keep up with what is going on, with what is happening, and kind of have an idea of what's taking place in the world. However, one of the websites that I do routinely check, which is a conglomeration website, effectively it just captures articles, podcasts, write-ups of all the sports, and it hosts them all on one site with links that redirect you to another area, links that take you somewhere else to actually read the story, but it just puts all the stuff together in one spot. I was looking at a headline during the break that I wanted to check in on. And the headline was Bryson DeChambeau, who, of course, played in the U.S. Open this past week at Quail Hollow, right outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. Bryson DeChambeau accused of unacceptable behavior at U.S. Open. And I went, oh. Because there are some stories going on right now about the behavior of some of the golfers at the U.S. Open. Wyndham Clark is one of them. After a drive that went awry for Wyndham Clark at the U.S. Open, Wyndham Clark took his driver, he turned around, and he absolutely let it rip at a sponsor sign that was behind the tee box. It punched a hole in it. While this was happening, Wyndham Clark expressed a profanity-ridden tirade that was picked up on television cameras and radio shows, and obviously by the number of fans who were all gathered around the tee box. I believe it was on 16 to watch golfers play golf. And Wyndham Clark was basically called out by the PGA Tour. He was basically called out by the USGA, by the people who organize and run this event for inappropriate behavior on the golf course. Because while there is a space for excitement and enthusiasm and energy on the golf course, I think the rise of Tiger Woods was kind of the proof of that, and the lingering effect of Tiger Woods are still there. While there's a space for that, there's obviously a line for it. And standing directly in front of a tee box full of fans who have paid good money to show up, many of them brought their kids with them, unleashing a torrent of F-bombs because you hit a bad drive and spiking your driver into the sponsor sign next to the tee box, yeah, that ain't it. Okay? That's not it. That's something that Rob Brown does on hole 3 of the local Muni course when there's nobody around him. That's my thing, not yours, Wyndham. So I found this article that says Bryson DeChambeau accused of unacceptable behavior at U.S. Open. And I went, okay, what'd Bryson do? I was watching the U.S. Open on Sunday with a group of people. Wife threw a graduation party for a friend's daughter. I went to help out. Me and the husband and some of the other dads that were there did not help out. Instead, we all sat around the TV and watched the U.S. Open. And we were having a conversation about Bryson DeChambeau. How Bryson DeChambeau may go into the books as the definition of a positive image reevaluation. Bryson DeChambeau, during his I'm going to use math and barbells to beat everybody phase, was really disliked by like the majority of golf fans. They just didn't like the guy. And he had an attitude on the golf course that wasn't like, oh, that's a fun bleep talking attitude. No. He was just petulant most of the time. Well, Bryson went to the LIV Tour. Bryson gave himself an image makeover. Bryson is now making one of the most popular golf YouTube channels on all of YouTube. Hilariously, by the way, and this is funny, apparently turns out that Bryson's YouTube channel is actually not owned by Bryson DeChambeau. It's actually opened... PGA Championship. I keep saying U.S. Open. JD, thank you for the correction. PGA Championship at Quail Hollow. Bryson DeChambeau's YouTube channel is actually owned by LIV Tour and therefore owned by the Saudi Arabian Public Investment Fund and therefore owned by the Saudi Arabian government. But whatever. right? Whatever. It's a popular YouTube channel. Guy's on there having fun. He's got celebrities rolling up. He played golf with the president a few weeks ago. He was doing this fun thing where he was flying fans to his house to get them to, if you hit a hole in one over my house, I'll give you $50,000. Like he's just fun. He's having a good time. And on top of that, and I saw it happen at the U.S. Open last year at Pinehurst. I saw it happen at just about every event. Bryson DeChambeau right now is the golfer that is going out of his way after he hits a tee shot, after he knocks down a putt on a green, after he hits a great approach, whatever. Not only does he show a little emotion and celebration on the course, but Bryson DeChambeau has taken to being one of a few golfers that actually engages with the fans during the round, right? Most guys aren't doing that. I'm locked in. I got to stay mentally locked in. Golf's a game of mentality. If you lose the mentality, your game goes awry and you lose. Bryson DeChambeau's mentality is playing loose, baby. Sometimes it's bad for him, like it was at the PGA Championship this weekend. A lot of times it's really good for him. Bryson DeChambeau's interacting with the kids in the gallery. He's interacting with people that are calling him out for good shots. There was a video not too long ago from the conclusion of a round at a tournament a while back. It may have been last year, where he is on the putting green, the practice putting green, and he's knocking down long putts. And this kid walks up to the fence and he goes, Bryson, I'll make a bet with you, $50 if you can knock a putt down. And he called out a hole that was like, 17, 18 feet away. Not an easy putt, not the worst one Bryson's ever lined up. He says, I'll make a bet. I'll give you $50 if you knock that putt down. Bryson DeChambeau very clearly does not need $50, but he took the bet. And he said, what do you want if I don't make it? And the kid, without hesitation, said, your socks. It's a weird thing to ask for, right? Like ordinarily you'd say a glove, the putter, a signed ball, a picture, an autograph. You'd say something like that. This kid said, I want your socks.
Does he have like signature socks or something?
Nope.
I mean, okay.
Nope. My man was just
They're not
wearing
nope. Border or what?
Just normal socks. And Bryson has this moment. It's very funny. He's videoed. He has this moment where he's like, my socks. And the guy goes, yeah. He goes, of all the bets you've ever made, how many people have asked for your socks? And Bryson goes, yeah, you're the only one. He goes, exactly. I'll be the only person in the world who owns a pair of Bryson DeChambeau socks. And Bryson's like, I don't hate it. So he lines up the putt, and he misses the putt, and he sits down on the green, and he takes off his golf shoes, and he takes off the socks, and he signs one of the socks, and he gives them to the kid, and he walks back to the clubhouse barefoot. And as he's getting to the barefoot, all the other PGA caliber professional golfers, big names, are looking at him, and they're like, dude, why are you barefoot? And he just explains it dry, like it's totally normal. He's like, hey, I lost a bet to a kid, had to give him my socks. And the dudes are like, what? Bryson's like, yeah, lost a bet, had to give him my socks. And then just walks away. Even I enjoyed it in that spot.
It's very Happy Gilmore-ish.
There's no
room in the game of golf for stuff like that.
And Bryson DeChambeau is proving, as Tiger Woods did, that is the opposite of true. It turns out golf fans are our sports fans too, and we like to have a little bit of fun. Bryson has engaged that, whatever. It's the definition of the makeover of the public image, and it has worked for Bryson DeChambeau, right? So, I saw this article that said Bryson DeChambeau accused of questionable behavior. That was it, questionable behavior at PGA Championship. And I was like, even if he is got a public image makeover that has very much worked, that people are on board with, he is still one of the most polarizing golfers on the tour. I feel like if Bryson DeChambeau did something that was questionable behavior, it'd have been front page news, or at least for the golf fans that check out the front page of the golf section, it'd have been front page news. It had, like, what did he do? So I opened the article. The article, which came from, by the way, a well-respected sports site. This wasn't like some cast-off, third-rate, nobody knows who the hell they are golf site. It's like a respectable site. Basically, found a former professional golfer, not a good one, not one that I recognize, but a guy who had some starts on the tour. Found a former professional golfer who called out the fact that when Bryson DeChambeau was tied on Saturday, not Sunday, Saturday for the lead, on the back nine of his Saturday round, tied for the lead with Scotty Scheffler, up at the top of the leaderboard, has a real chance to win this event because remember, the back nine at Quail Hollow, they call it the Green Mile. It is long, it is narrow, it is built for guys who knock the cover off the golf ball and hit it long and straight. This is Bryson DeChambeau. Back nine at Quail Hollow, built for Bryson DeChambeau. Well, he gets to, I think, 13 or 14, one of the holes that has water down the left-hand side. And there's two ways to play the hole. There's the way that everybody was playing the hole, which is to go right, be safe, and just right down a par before you even start the hole. And then there's another option, which is to go left. There's a very small landing zone, and if you land outside of that zone, the ground is tapered over towards the water, and if you miss the landing zone, that thing's getting wet. So Bryson DeChambeau, tied for the lead, decides, I'm up against Scotty Scheffler, right? This is being in Game 6 against Kobe. You know what Kobe can do. You know what Kobe's gonna do. I'm gonna try to get him now, so that he has to go double hard to get me back. So Bryson goes left. And he overdrives the landing zone, and the ball bounces. It hits the water. Bryson DeChambeau turns in a double bogey. He later tries to make up that double bogey, ends up turning in another one, and he goes from tied for the lead at 8 under with Scotty Scheffler to like 4 under in 3 holes. Just disappears from the leaderboard. So I'm like, did he get frustrated and like cuss out a rules official, tell a fan to eat my shorts, whatever? I opened the article. They found an ex-golfer who said that Bryson DeChambeau's decision to go for the small landing area to try to get it away from the water and give himself a chance, when he knew Scotty was going to go the safe route, give himself a chance for a birdie when he knew Scotty was going to par that hole and a 1-stroke lead with 4 to play or whatever on Saturday's round. That was inappropriate and unacceptable behavior. And I thought,
listen, it's a gentleman's game. You can't be doing that kind of underhanded stuff, trying to undercut and do things that's not the proper way that golf is done.
you know, I've been playing golf for a very, very long time now. And I was under the impression, and I guess it's misguided, as I've just been informed by some dude whose name I've already forgotten because I closed the article and I'll never go back to that website. And Lonzo, I did not know that trying to shoot a lower score than your opponent is disrespectful to the game.
Doesn't it sound like baseball's unwritten rules?
I was so unaware of that.
Yeah.
It does. And even as a baseball guy, Lonzo, I have been anti the unwritten rule for a very long time.
It's very ridiculous. Yeah, the whole point of any game is to win the game. I mean, it wasn't like he was cheating. He took a risk. It didn't pay off. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, because here's the thing. If he hits that landing zone and he birdies that hole, and now he's 9 under, and the best golfer on planet Earth, Scotty Scheffler's 8 under with 3 to play on Saturday, with a very good chance of taking a 1-stroke lead into Sunday and giving himself a cushion against the best player in the world. Do you know what that article would have said? Bryson DeChambeau has rocks like boulders and plays like it, and we should all love him for that game. But no. He tried it. It didn't work out. And the headline is Bryson DeChambeau accused of not questionable decision-making, not questionable shot, not questionable play, Lonzo, questionable questionable behavior. I'm like, dude, never coming back your way. I am begging all of you, America at large. This nation can fix itself very easily. And the fix is for all of us to recognize when a website, an article, an author, a whatever is being clickbaity and ignore them forever. I have blocked that website. I will never be on it again. block it because stuff like that is dumb. The man was playing to win a golf tournament. You know who else is going to win? You. Life for listening to this Sports Flash.
He also cost himself a lot of money by taking that risk. Spencer Strider is off the injured list and will return to the pitching rotation today. He is expected to start against the Nationals on the road this evening for the Atlanta Braves. Strider has thrown one game this year, allowing 2 runs on 5 hits against the Blue Jays, but strained his hamstring, sending him back to the IL. But he's healthy now and ready to go. Carolina Hurricanes will open the Eastern Conference Finals of the Stanley Cup playoffs tonight against the Florida Panthers. Carolina will host the series opening with games 1 and 2 in Raleigh. The Hurricanes are a slight favorite in the series. The Green Bay Packers have revised their proposal to ban the tush push, made infamous by the Philadelphia Eagles. Under the new rule proposal, offensive players would not be able to provide any assistance to a ball carrier with the exception of blocking opponents. Hour number 4 of the Rob Brown Show is up next right here on the Fan Upstate. Happy Tuesday, Keegan.
Keegan, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. I was about to ask why it feels like Thursday already, but I know the answer to that. It's my own fault. Foliage. I'm going to explain to somebody the other day that expression is not in the butt. You don't nip it in the butt.
Okay. I don't think I've ever thought of it saying that, but
I hadn't either. But I was having a conversation with somebody, and they said, we can nip that in the butt. And I was like, did you just say nip it in the butt? It felt very comedy movie.
I think the guy who used the phrase more than anyone would be Barney Fife and of Andy Griffith. And he enunciated really well.
That's
and it was
two Andy
definitely
Griffith.
Bud. I know.
2 Andy Griffith references in a day.
I know. I know.
53-ish more minutes of the Rob Brown Show, and then we are done for a Tuesday. So let's just absolutely rip, rock, and roll through those 53 minutes. Welcome back, people. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. The Rob Brown Show, live on the Fan Upstate. Got a couple of stories that I wanted to get to here on the radio program today. I yesterday talked about, and I'm not going to stay on NASCAR for very long here, but I do have a couple of things that I wanted to bring up after the weekend's All-Star race at North Wilkesboro Speedway. Couple of things. Number one, I am absolutely down if this sport decides that it wants to add 1 or 2 legitimate short tracks. I am talking quarter mile. Let's spin that thing around the quarter mile 250,000 times. Let's just have a day. Let's have full contact, whatever. I am so down for that. Those true old-fashioned local short track races are the best. But it does also, in the same breath, highlight what I think is a problem for NASCAR right now. What I think is a problem right now is that NASCAR has, for the first time in a very long time, become a sport that I am going to say is getting away from its roots too much. It's gotten too far away from the things that NASCAR grew with. And when I say grew, I mean in the last handful of years. I'm not talking about like dating back to the moonshine running days. I'm not talking about back to the day where NASCAR stock car teams quite literally took a stock car and then built it themselves in their own garage and raced it. NASCAR has become a sport, and I mean this, that has, I think, become everything that was the reason that NASCAR was popular back in the day. What do I mean by that? It used to feel like NASCAR was kind of this, to some degree, almost rebellious sport. It was this unique, niche thing that either you were in it and you loved it or you weren't. And now I am very much pro inclusion of everyone in the world of sports. I think more people, more voices, more fans, more opinions is good for everybody. I am not talking about increasing the diversity of fans. I'm saying you increased your diversity of fans because you got to a point where guys like Michael Jordan were getting involved. Guys like Alvin Kamara were getting involved in NASCAR. And this was only a couple of years ago. And you had cars that were as fast as they could be, with the exception of putting regulator plates on them, restrictor plates on them. You had cars that were as fast as they could be. And you had guys that were slamming these cars into each other on big open tracks, and it was creating chaos. And that is something that, even though I like NASCAR for the racing, not the crashing, although the crashes are sometimes an added benefit of that, it was contact. It was a physical sporting event or competition, whatever you want to call it. I actually argue that NASCAR does meet Diesel's definition of sport, which is somebody's got to play defense. You play defense in a NASCAR. You block people in a NASCAR. So I do think that it was, for a while there, one of the most compelling, entertaining, and engaging sports. It was niche. You had to get people into it to see what it was all about. You had to get people to experience it, but it was that. Now it's gotten to a point where I genuinely think NASCAR is so concerned with the image, with the money, with the corporatization of the product, that it has taken away from the elements of the race that made the races good in the first place. I think you've gotten to a point where these cars are so heavily regulated and it is so expensive to keep them regulated that we don't want contact anymore. I got to tell you, man. Like watching cars come 3 wide out of turn 4 at Talladega, watching guys drive literally door to door, not next to each other, but like their door bumping into the door of the next guy, that was exciting. That was thrilling. That was exhilarating. We don't do that anymore. Watching these cars damn near lift off the ground when they came around a turn and it flattened out because they had so much speed, and now we're doing everything that we can to create uniformity that we have taken away from the feel of the power of these cars. I think it's made it worse. At the race on Sunday, the All-Star race on Sunday, they did the next step in what I think is a negative turn for a sport that I will acknowledge I am not a lifelong fan of. I didn't go to my first NASCAR race until probably 2014, 13. I started watching it in college, but I just really kind of enjoyed it. It wasn't anything I went out of my way for. I went to my first race I lied. My first race was at Atlanta in 2008, 2009. Kurt Busch won that race. And a dear friend of mine from back home who I watched NASCAR with but didn't love it, she, for my birthday, bought me tickets and took me to go see the race in Atlanta. And even though that race was boring as hell because it was old cookie cutter Atlanta where it was like every 2.5 seconds a car would come by, and they just got all spread out, and it ended up being 30 cars equidistant from each other driving in circles because once they stopped impacting each other with the airflow, with the draft and all that, once all that started or stopped, because these cars started separating, then they all got to the exact, it was kind of boring. But seeing it up close in person, hearing the cars, being able to, sitting about 10 rows off the fence right at the start-finish line, feel the wind off of these cars as they went by. Buddy, I got hooked. I was all in. Went to my first Talladega race a couple of years later. Buddy. Even better, because that race was chaos. Enamored. It was unbelievable. I loved it. And I've been hooked ever since. So I want this sport, and I will call it a sport, to be great. I want it to be as good as it can be, and I feel like we are absolutely going in the wrong direction. At the All-Star race this weekend, we can talk about the finish between Christopher Bell and Joey Logano all that we want, but late in the race, they introduced something that has been discussed at NASCAR for a very long time, but, and I will at least give them credit for trying it at the All-Star race and not in the real race, although the real credit would be, that's dumb, we're not doing that. They introduced, Zoe, I want your gut reaction to this, a sponsors competition caution. Not a competition caution at a marked spot, right? We're going to tell the boys, all right, at lap 175 of 200, we're throwing a competition caution. That's going to allow everybody to make some final adjustments if they want to their rig so that the end of the race is compelling. No. A sponsors competition caution was literally the chairman of the business that was the title sponsor for that race. At any point within the last whatever percentage of the race he wanted to, the chairman of the sponsor, not a NASCAR guy, not France, not the France family, the sponsor of the CEO of the sponsor, the business sponsoring the race, could at any given point go, I'd like you to stop the race right now, please. So he could have his favorite driver and wait for the most advantageous spot for that driver and go, caution, and they stopped the damn race because the owner of the business sponsor in the race decided, that's this moment, this lap right now. This is when I want that caution.
Do we know this has never happened before?
that I have been able to find, not at the NASCAR level.
Doesn't it make you question that possibly other cautions in the past has been the same thing? And it just wasn't as publicized?
Not a sponsor caution. Now, we have had what they call competition cautions. NASCAR has, for a number of years, been accused of throwing up debris cautions when there's like a little piece of rubber in the road. Because one of the things that NASCAR does not like to have is a final lap where the winner's 3.5, 4 seconds out front of the second place guy, and it's over, right? This race has been over for 7, 8, 9 laps. They want to group them up late so that they create a possibility of there being a race to the checkered flag, there being some drama down the stretch. Because I will say, even as a guy who loves NASCAR, if it is a race like I went to at Atlanta, and again, it was my first race in Atlanta, so it felt different. But if there is a race like my first one at Atlanta, where all the cars are 2.5 seconds apart from each other, it's and that's the last 10 laps, I get up and leave early. There's no sense in me being here. I'm not going to see anything happen. But if you can throw a caution late in the race, group the cars back up, give them an opportunity to draft off each other, give guys who need them an opportunity to go get some fresh tires, give guys who are going to definitely run out of gas the opportunity to go fill up on Sunoco race fuel. You give these guys a chance to tune their car up a little bit. Now we got a dramatic ending. That's good for the entertainment value of the product. I'm not going to argue with that. But when you openly tell race fans that some business guy, by way of being a CEO of a company that is sponsoring the race, has direct and total control over its outcome by being able to throw a caution whenever he wants within this race, which means he can wait till a spot where maybe his favorite driver is on on tires that's 2-3 laps older than the leader. He's never going to catch that guy. But if I throw the caution right now, he can get those fresh tires and have enough time left in the race to maybe catch up to the guy that's now going to be the guy that's on older tires. Or maybe I just found out because I'm listening to a scanner, my driver, my pit crew chief just told his driver, hey man, you got to ease up on the throttle because we're going to run out of gas at this pace. I go, wait a minute, if I call the caution now, he can come in and fill up on gasoline. And now he's got gas to finish the race, right? Like some guy, by way of being a CEO of a big company that has enough money to sponsor a NASCAR race, now has an opportunity to throw a caution flag when and wherever he wants that will directly impact the outcome of the race itself. I just have a problem with it. I understand wanting to try gimmicks. We talked about gimmicks a lot the last couple of days. I am not anti-gimmick in sport. I am anti-gimmick that is obviously a bad one, right? I am fine with trying out gimmicks in your All-Star game, either for the sake of the All-Star game, right? Putting stakes on it, making it more entertaining, whatever. Putting stakes on it, making it more entertaining, something to enhance the entertainment value of the All-Star game. Most of which, with the exception of Major League Baseball's and the Four Nations face-off in hockey, most of which, let's be real, aren't all that engaging. I'm a big Pro Bowl guy because I like watching the biggest freaks in nature do freaking nature things, but I also understand I am in a vast minority. There are very few of us that love the flag football Pro Bowl. Very few of us. Most people hate it. So, I'm fine with gimmicks. I'm fine with gimmicks being utilized in the All-Star game, whether it is for the All-Star game or to legitimately test that gimmick out for the purposes of repackaging it to make it a part of the sport moving forward. However, this one feels dumb. To allow just some guy to have that level of influence over the race, all it says to me is you are kissing the butt of a rich guy who makes you a few $1,000,000. You are kissing his rear end and giving him an influence sense of entitlement and power so that you can keep making money off of him. Which, granted, is business. We've all had to smooch a little patootie every now and then to get ahead. I know, you know, we know. That's fine.
You should nip that in the butt.
You should nip that in the butt. We have all had to kiss a little patootie of somebody that we don't really like because that person had the power to help us advance our careers or whatever. That's fine. You're NASCAR. The integrity of the sport is the value of the sport, right? If it ever comes out, which I don't think it will, but if it ever comes out, if anybody ever brings empirical evidence to the table that say hypothetically the NBA draft is definitely rigged, the NBA ratings are going to tank. There'll still be people who watch it. I'll still watch it.
Have you watched the Shaq video?
I have watched the Shaq video. I heard it. Shaq basically said that David Stern, who was the commissioner of the NBA at the time that he got drafted, came up to him at a party and was like, would you rather play where it's hot or it's cold? He said, where it's hot. And Stern said, I got you, winked and walked away. Shaq obviously got drafted to Orlando. That's not proof to me. I'll tell you what is, though. Orlando was 2 years old. They had Penny Hardaway. They needed a big man. They had like a 1.8% chance to win the number 1 overall pick. Would you look at that? The Orlando Magic, who need a big man, get the number 1 overall pick in a draft where Shaq is in the draft. That to me is evidence that it is, not the Stern thing. But regardless of all of that, if it ever came out, if somebody ever came to the table with behind-the-scenes video evidence of Adam Silver saying, hey, put the Mavs ball, put some weight in it so it bounces out first, so we can get that one, we can find it, the NBA ratings would tank because most of us do still want some integrity to the game. And if NASCAR is going to allow the integrity of a race, and again, it's the all-star race, so it's not a big deal. But if they ever decide, you know what, we really like it, and we're going to make that a part of our regular schedule races, all you're telling me is the sponsors kissing their butt and getting their paycheck is more important than the integrity of your sport. And if that's the case, what the hell is the point of me watching? Because there's no fair outcome, in which case I'm not interested anymore. That would suck a lot. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Almost had to pull up Shaq Gable.
We had an a Grande Americana setting last night in person. So dumb. Wrestling's the best. Be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Yesterday, I had to do my little plumbing project yesterday. For those of you on the stream that I have not told this story to, the faucet in my bathroom became loose. It was wiggly, and so YouTube taught me. Under your sink, there's two plastic nuts that screw to two posts that come down that connect the sink and tighten it up to the to the countertop. So I had to go get two of those nuts, learn how to take the old ones off. You got to disconnect all the hose pipes on both ends. You got to cut the blah, 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 blah. Not a like extensive plumbing project. For somebody who's never plumbed, it was an experience. And in the meantime, it turns out that's the same process you go through to replace your bathroom faucet. So anyway, blah, blah, blah. I went to Lowe's to go pick up these 2 plastic nuts that I had to get in order to tighten up my faucet so it wasn't wobbly anymore. Well, they're on the bottom shelf of an aisle in Lowe's. So I squat down to go look through to get the one that fits my thing. And I'm like down squatted for maybe a minute and a half, like not seated, just like kind of squatted down for maybe a minute and a half. I stood up and I got so lightheaded and dizzy, like I had to sit on the floor until it passed and then stand up slowly to get rid of it. This lady walks by, older lady, and she's like, "Are you okay, honey?" And I was like, "Yes, ma'am, I'm fine." And I said to this lady who had to be in her like mid-60s, I was like, "I'm just old. Apparently I can't squat anymore." And she looks at me, doesn't stop pushing her cart. She looks at me and she goes, "It's only going to get worse, sweetheart," and walks away. And I was like, cool, awesome. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you. It is good to work at a radio station where everybody is on the same page, which, to be honest, has not been my experience for most of my career. But it is good to work at a radio station where everybody's on the same page, because I did have written down on my prep sheet for the day a conversation that I dabbled on but did not stay with yesterday. And that is the WNBA, which had its opening weekend this weekend, had a couple of games. Paige Beckers made her debut for the Dallas Wings on Friday. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese both started their season in continuing their, and I'm going to air quote, rivalry, but continued their rivalry when Indiana and Chicago played on Saturday afternoon. And in that game, if you missed it, which if you've been watching any sports highlight shows for the past 2 days, you have seen it. There was a Chicago possession where Angel Reese ended up with the basketball, a free look at the basket, and out of nowhere comes Caitlin Clark, who swats at the ball, but wraps up Angel Reese, spins her around, lets her go. The momentum ultimately carries Angel Reese to the floor. She is knocked out. Well, after she is knocked down to the floor, she got up and I will say, and something I don't do very often, defend Angel Reese in this spot, went after Caitlin Clark, which, understandable, honestly. She got thrown to the floor. Yes, it was, to me, it was also just a common take foul. It was just a common foul. But she did get wrapped up, and she did get thrown to the floor. So I really don't have an issue with Angel Reese going after Caitlin Clark. That being said.
Should she try to fight after every foul?
No, this one was definitely not this wasn't just a slap on the wrist on the way by to a layup foul. She wrapped her up and threw her down, right?
Yeah, I've seen it a bunch of times, and it's not the way you're saying it.
How would you describe it?
I'm watching it now. She does come across with an arm, and the arm hits her, and she flops down.
You don't think she's wrapped up?
No, I'm looking at it right now. Not wrapped up. Wrapped up, you have to put both hands around, and both arms are not around.
I am fine. Subjectively, I am fine with Angel being a little bit heated about that foul. I don't think that was just a run-of-the-mill, I swatted at the ball, I caught a hand foul. I mean, it was definitely a little bit more egregious than a swatted an open layup foul. Like, it was a hard foul. Not like anything I would have thrown a tech up on, not anything I would have, handed an extra punishment out to Caitlin Clark in-game or after. It was a tough foul, but it wasn't anything more than like you're not getting an uncontested layup. Like, you're not getting a free two. You want this one, you're going to the stripe to earn it. I'll risk a personal foul to stop you from the freebie.
Happens in the NBA all the time.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
And had the same thing happen to, and I'll even use an example of extremism here, had the same thing happened to Draymond, and Draymond got up ready to go, even with the legacy and reputation of Draymond Green, I'd have been like, yeah, I get it. I get it. If that happened to me at the Y, I'd come up like, bro, what are we doing here? Let's pick up ball, right? I don't have an issue. The point of it is, regardless of how you feel about the foul, I really didn't take issue with Angel Reese coming up heated and wanting to have a word with Caitlin Clark in that moment. That being said, Diesel, during the sports flash there, the wire-to-wire sports flash, wire-to-wire you can hear every afternoon from 3 to 7 with Diesel and Cole Bryson, a.k.a. Cole Bryant and Kerosene here on this very radio station. Diesel said the WNBA is leaning into this rivalry in a way that the NBA no longer leans into its heavy rivalries. Now, the continuation to that take from Diesel would be personal rivalries, not team v team, because I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, when the Pacers-Knicks series starts up, you would better believe the NBA every freaking break is going to show Reggie Miller hitting the choke sign to Spike Lee.
This is the first series this year that I'm in the playoffs that I can't wait to watch.
100%.
And I'm not a big fan of either team, but I want to watch because I know the history of it, and all the players know the history of it too.
Yeah, this is a rivalry, and you better believe the NBA is going to lean into it. What the NBA does not do, and I actually agree with Diesel on this take, the NBA does not embrace player v player rivalries. I agree with that. They don't.
They don't have to, though.
I
mean, they don't. The WNBA needs to. The NBA doesn't.
I would say that despite the fact that the reports of devastatingly low, and we will find out because I do think that this Pacers-Knicks series is likely to be the most watched playoff series of this. And this has been a good NBA playoffs. You say what you want, it's been a good NBA playoffs. I think this Pacers-Knicks series is going to be the most viewed series of these playoffs, and that includes maybe be more viewed than the NBA Finals. We'll see who's in it and how they get there. But I do think the NBA does not have, in terms of ratio of growth to other sports and their ratings, I do not think it has the ratings that the NBA necessarily wants, which is a large part of the whole Luka Doncic and then Dallas wins the number 1 overall pick conspiracy theory that, honestly, to me, as an anti-conspiracy theory guy, has kind of got some weight to it, right? The NBA does not embrace, whether you think they have to or they do not, or they should or they shouldn't, they do not embrace player v player rivalries. And I know that because in all of the Knicks Pacers stuff that we are going to see over the next couple of days as the NBA gets its conference finals series fired up. Knicks and the Pacers, as we just mentioned, tremendous history. Take it back to the Reggie Miller Spike Lee days back in the day. Hell, you can take it back to this rivalry. Tyrese and Jalen Brunson, they bumped each other in the playoffs before it. It's gotten a little heated. These two dudes, I do not think have a personal rivalry against each other the way that, and I am going to say it the way that it is to me, Angel Reese has with Caitlin Clark.
Okay, so you said Jalen Brunson and Halliburton don't. So it's all a WWE thing. It's all contrived.
I think that played off of it. I think that was probably signed off on by the league because, hey, what a way to get a rivalry, and you send it.
Although Triple H said just like we wrote it or something like that is what he
sure.
threw
I mean,
up on
listen,
Twitter. Yeah,
he's at the end of the day, professional wrestling. No, whether you like it or not, it's a carny activity. You inject yourself wherever you can. It's a carny activity. So you had this showdown with them in the wrestling ring, whatever. On the court, these guys have been button heads for a couple of years now. And while I do not think that there is the I hate you personal vendetta that, honestly, again, Angel has towards Caitlin. I don't think Caitlin reciprocates that. But it doesn't matter. If one side of the two biggest names in the sport, whether they should be or shouldn't be, but they are, hates the other side and they're getting after it like that, it's television drama. The NBA does not lean into that. And I absolutely agree with Diesel on that take. Diesel asked at the end of it, though, is the NBA now a softer league than the WNBA? And my answer is the easy way out of it is to go, guys, it's a different league. It's a different league. And it is, although it is the same sport, it's a different version of the sport. And joining the WNBA as a fan is embracing the fact that it's a different kind of basketball. No, it is not as fast or high flying, but it is for me. I'll tell you right now, if I'm coaching a young team how to play basketball, you're going to judge me. Trust me. I will show them film on the WNBA. Why? Because that is how you play foundational, fundamental basketball that matters. Your sets matter. Not everybody can just go win a bunch of one-on-one battles. I was watching a clip the other day from Gilbert Arenas on his pod where he was talking about Kobe Bryant. And he said, do you know why Kobe Bryant has so many moves? You know why he's known for his ability to be shifty and move with the basketball? Because he wasn't athletic enough to just drive by a guy, to just beat that guy in one move. So a lot of point guards can. Kobe Bryant could not. He could not beat a guy on a move. And then they talked about Kobe in a way that I do not think was intended to be disparaging, but almost came across that way as if having to make moves, having to learn, practice, and then flawlessly execute against the highest level of professional basketball player moves as a ball handler is bad. They were like, oh, he had to make moves because he wasn't athletic. And I was able to make moves. I didn't have to make moves. I was able to beat you on the first step. It's like, why is it bad? Why would you not teach? There are very few guys who can go to the NBA and just be, I'm beating you to the basket guys. Like, you got to learn how to play basketball. WNBA. So, my response to Diesel in his sports flash there would be, yes, the WNBA and the NBA are the same sport, and they are the highest level of their version of the sport, but it is fundamentally different. But second, let's keep it a buck. You and I both know that right now, the WNBA is on a verge. It has got the Caitlin Clark effect that is rolled over from last year. It has got, obviously, whether you like her or you dislike her, much like a heel in pro wrestling, because everything's pro wrestling. Angel Reese is somebody people tune in to see. Even if it's to watch her fail, they tune in. They got that. They added Paige Beckers this year, who became an icon of women's college basketball. They added Haley Van Lith, who played for 19 different colleges before she got to the WNBA. People tune in to watch her. Maybe not as many tune in to watch, Tyrese Halliburton and Jalen Brunson, but people, including new fans, are tuning in. The WNBA doesn't have a choice but to embrace those rivalries, because those rivalries are probably generating about half of the people that are watching. The NBA wants it to be team-oriented because for years it has not been team-oriented. And as we have a demographic shift in basketball, guys who are individual basketball player watchers, guys, I'm just tuning in to watch LeBron. I'm just tuning in to watch Brunson, Halliburton, whatever. There's fewer and fewer of those people. People are kind of getting to the point now where we're going back to, because everything's a pendulum, going back to, I want a good team. I want to watch a good team play. If I got a star, great. If I don't, whatever. I want to watch a good team play. The NBA, for years, embraced a superstars first, good teams second mentality. And with the rise of the Lakers, with the rise of the Knicks, with the rise of the Bucks, with the rise of the Timberwolves, with the rise of the Suns, with the rise of these teams that are teams, not one-star-driven squads, they are seeing that they're bringing the ratings to the table. So now it's a team-oriented sport, whereas the WNBA is riding those personal rivalries to get the viewers. The NBA is trying to say, hey, we got good team basketball here, which is why they don't embrace the personal rivalries any longer. I like that topic from Diesel, though. That's a good take. I like that. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Peak off-season takes. Peak off-season takes. Yes, I one time fell off the stage. Tommy, thank you for reminding me, as if I haven't been able to block that memory from my
No one's surprised you fell
brain.
off.
I passed out.
Yeah, I know. No one's surprised.
face first off the stage. Face first. Planted. Actually didn't plant. Landed on top of a lady. Whoops. My bad,
Thank you
ma'am.
for breaking your fall.
We were in the middle of a song. All I remember is coming to. Somebody had rolled me onto my back, coming to, opening my eyes, looking up at the stage, seeing my three guys leaning off the front of the stage, eyes yay big, staring at me like, oh, and me, remembering we were in the middle of an AC/DC song, going, why'd you stop? And yelling at them to start playing the song again to finish it.
What, they
which
didn't
I
keep
did.
playing?
No, they stopped because, again,
They keep playing.
Their friend-
He falls all the time.
their friend went face first, nosedive off of a 4-foot elevated stage into the ground.
All right, so I would think, knowing you, they probably would have thought that you spontaneously thought that you would stage dive.
Nope. That is something I would do.
Exactly.
I would not
with,
go.
With no warning. Just,
I would not go as a stage dive. There would be a jump up, elevate, spin, land on the back. Nope.
Well, in your mind, there would be. It doesn't mean that when you went to execute it, it would have happened.
My stage dive is not like, I've at least got fall backwards athleticism in me. If not jump and rotate in the air.
You're probably not. I don't know how old you were, but jumping and rotating in the air, not exactly something that everyone can execute.
Correct. I still, if I was going to stage dive, would trust fall backwards. Not go, let me plant my teeth into the,
Not me.
into the
If I'm
dirt.
stage diving, I want to see where I'm going. There's no trust dive. So if people move out of the way, which probably would happen, I'd be able to execute a perfectly beautiful dive roll.
So it is
and jump to my
unrealistic
feet.
that Rob Brown could jump and spin in the air. Totally realistic that Lonzo could pull a Tom Cruise move.
That I could do a dive roll
Off of a-
That's
off
not
of a-
that's
off
not
of a failed
unrealistic.
stage
I didn't say it wouldn't hurt.
So let's get to this very quickly before we get up out of here for the day. There are classic rivalries in the landscape of collegiate football. There are rivalries that transcend even the new age of college football. There are rivalries that are bigger than the game.
When did the new age start?
I mean, most people, I think, would say the transfer portal.
Okay, I didn't know if you meant like when playoff.
No.
Okay, all right.
I think when I say new age, like the playoff era, I will refer to as the playoff era. Everything post portal / NIL, I think, is what I refer to as the new era of college football. There are some rivalries that are bigger than the game itself. Ohio State, Michigan, the rivalry. The Iron Bowl, Auburn and Alabama. These are rivalries that are bigger than the game. I mean, they are, if you were going to explain the game to someone who maybe didn't get it, you would show them clips and footage from historic versions of those rivalries. I think that Notre Dame USC, I think, is on that list. And again, a lot of these are going to be regional specific. What's the best rivalry in sports? 100% going to depend on where you are when you ask the question, right? So I think USC Notre Dame is one of those classic college football rivalries that, while it does not always produce a matchup between two teams contending to make it to a national championship game, the history and the legacy of the two teams involved in that rivalry make it one of the great rivalries of college football. The 2025 edition of Notre Dame versus USC is the last currently contracted game between the two schools. Now, Notre Dame Fighting Irish Athletic Director Pete Bavacqua has made it clear multiple times that Notre Dame does wish to extend the series with USC, and it makes sense as Notre Dame obviously has their arrangement with the ACC. Notre Dame just a number of days ago announced along with Clemson that they have signed a 12-year home contract where over the next 12 years those two schools will play every year, and they will alternate playing between South Bend, Indiana and Clemson, South Carolina.
So that's the new rivalry then?
I mean, I think it's fair to say that. I don't know that I would say that Clemson Notre Dame is like, a blood rivalry yet. It might become one, but they've had some bangers between each other.
Oh, they absolutely have. One particular, I'm trying to remember what year it was, in the rain.
Yep.
That was a really, really good game.
They have absolutely put on some bangers. So I'd be happy to allow Clemson Notre Dame is a light rivalry. May increase over the next 12 years. We'll see how the games go. So Notre Dame, however, does have one thing that they must accomplish that a lot of the power conference schools, at least the ones at the top of those conferences, don't have to worry about. USC is a school that has to rely on strength of schedule, and they have to build their own strength of schedule. So even with their partnership with the ACC, which is a football conference that I think even ACC fans will have to acknowledge, the old gray mare, she ain't what she used to be. They still need to find a couple of out of ACC, outside of Clemson, strong games to boost up the SOS, to make themselves look better so that they can, even if they take an L in their schedule, maybe two, make the argument. Because remember, with the 16-team expanded playoffs, which is coming, there are effectively 3 at-large spots. Notre Dame's going to get one of them if they're in the top 16, which means they're going to get one of them if they are any given year, and this may be flexible year to year, it may change year to year, but I would say that I feel comfortable saying any given year, if Notre Dame is 10-2, they're going to the playoffs as one of those 3 at-larges. They'll be at the bottom of the bracket, but they will be one of the 3 at-large and they will get in. But they've got to have a strength of schedule that at 10-2, they don't get nudged just outside of the top 10 by a, let's say, 10-2, middle of the pack SEC school that goes, wait a minute, our strength of schedule is 28 points higher than Notre Dame. So same record, and we played in a tough conference all year long. Notre Dame played the ACC and Toledo, right? So they want to add USC back. But right now, USC, while not saying no, is not saying yes to renewing a rivalry game that has been played 95 times dating back to 1924. USC and Notre Dame have played every year with the exception of 4. They missed 3 of them during World War II. That is what we in the professional world would call an excused absence. And they did not play the COVID year, which most out-of-conference games did not happen during that year. Not on them. So, since 1924, these teams have played every year with the exception of thrice during freaking World War II and COVID. It took a world war and a worldwide pandemic for these teams not to play each other. And now USC, again, they're not saying no, but Notre Dame has advanced the contract, and they are saying not right now. We're not signing it as of yet because USC has a couple of things going on. Number one is, obviously, they have increased their schedule by joining the Big Ten. It's a better schedule now because even when they left, and it still was the Pac-12, the Pac-12 consisted of Oregon, USC, and okay Oregon State, once in a blue moon, okay Stanford, a Cal team that could pull an upset every now and then. Like, it wasn't a good conference. It was historic, had a lot of legacy, but it wasn't a good conference. The Big Ten's a better conference, and now USC's over there. So USC's looking at this, and they're going, well, you know, we got a tough conference schedule now. And oh, by the way, the Big Ten and the SEC are 1,000% going to 9-game conference schedules. So now 9 of those are conference schedules. You have the UCLA game that you're going to play every year. That is 9 Big Ten games. The UCLA rivalry game, that now leaves you with 2 spots on a 12-game schedule to fill up every year. If they sign a contract with Notre Dame, that means one of those 2 spots is going to be eaten up by one of the best football programs, if not football teams every year, one of the best football programs in America, one of the most resource-laden football programs in America, and they would have to play them every year along with a crosstown rival in UCLA who takes great pride in ruining the season for the Trojans every year, and a 10-game Big Ten schedule, meaning that they would have room effectively to play at the maximum, one bad cushion pillow team per year, right? Like one bad cushion pillow team per year, one FCS squad per year. I don't think a lot of coaches are going to want to get in on that. Number 2, you are also, if you accept the Notre Dame game, making your schedule even more difficult when your conference, yep, it is going to end up with 4 auto bids, but there's 4 good teams already there, right? Now you are another good team. And you got Oregon up there, you got Ohio State, you got Michigan, you got Penn State. Like, there's not much room for error if you want an auto bid. And playing one cushion team, 10 good teams, and UCLA, who loves to beat you because that's a rival, that's a tough spot. The point that I'm making here is, for those of you who have said that, oh, NIL and the portal and all that are going to kill tradition in college football, nay, my dear friends. It is conference expansion and the never-ending quest for more money that is going to kill tradition in college football. Here it is happening in real time.
Yeah, but if a smarter move would be to continue with Notre Dame because first of all, the notoriety, they are ranked most of the time. So if you beat Notre Dame and you beat a couple of the top-heavy teams in the Big Ten, you're probably number 1. I mean, if you want to have a gimme in there, okay, fine. You already got that if you play like Maryland or someone. So, I think they should keep playing them.
I mean, I do, because it's a great rivalry that, again, has been played all but 4 years
and plus,
since 1924.
If you're going to get back to where you once were, playing a team like Notre Dame and beating them helps you achieve that goal.
No. Okay, so I want to respond to a couple of things there. Number 1, you said, well, if you beat a handful of good Big Ten teams and you knock off Notre Dame, you're there. 4 automatic bids. If you beat the best teams in the Big Ten, you're just going to the playoffs. You don't need Notre Dame. Just win the Big Ten or be in the top 4 of it. So I got to play 9 Big Ten games, which if I go 9-0, I'm going to the playoffs. Who the hell cares if I play Notre Dame? Why would I play Notre Dame? And the reality here is
to be number 1, it would help you secure a spot at the top. You're right, and the 4 they should get in, but still, if you can beat all those, wouldn't you rather be number 1? And let's say it's close about being ranked number 1, and they look at strength of schedule, and you got some gimme on there, that hurts you. But if you got a victory over Notre Dame on your schedule, that helps you a great deal.
And what happens if you have a loss to Notre Dame?
Well, so they're scared? They should be scared?
No, they should be smart. You have 2 available dates.
I don't think they're ever getting back to prominence anyway. But if they were to do that, beating Notre Dame every year would help.
Well, I think they misfired on Lincoln Riley. I think we're all pretty comfortable at this point saying Lincoln Riley had some good bounces of the ball his way at Oklahoma, and he got overpaid at USC. At least I'm comfortable saying that. I think they've got all the resources and the boosters and the NIL money needed to get there. Beating Notre Dame annually, it's like nice. It's a fun college football tradition. It does not help them in the quest for a natty, and at this point, that means it does not help me in the quest to make a lot more money.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
Yeah, you look like you didn't know where you were again.
No, I knew where we were today.
Okay.
I wasn't going to let that happen again.
Okay, I was a little concerned there. All right, the first thing that's Xing is Juan Soto.
Juan Soto is Xing because yesterday the New York Juan Soto and the New York Mets played on the road at Fenway Park, home of the Green Monster. Well, Juan Soto sent a monster shot out to left field that he thought was gone. So he took a little trot down to first base, except for because the Green Monster is really, really tall. It careened off the top of the Monster. It should have been a double, but he was home run trotting to first, ended up getting held up at first, and turned what should have been extra base hit into a single. The Mets were upset and have said that they will have a meeting between baseball administration and Juan Soto to maybe incentivize him to find some hustle. Because Juan Soto is not leading Major League Baseball in home runs, in which case they'd probably be like, yeah, it is what it is. The guy's the best hitter in the game. He's not that right now. And until he returns to that, yeah, bro, you got to play like a baseball player who's trying because you're not giving us a return on a literal $3 billion investment.
All right, the next thing that's Xing is Darth Vader.
I did see Darth Vader was Xing earlier, and I have zero idea why.
All right, so the AI Darth Vader in Fortnite has been used a bunch, and some really cool stuff with Joe Hendry, and I saw one with Cody Rhodes this morning. SAG-AFTRA is suing because James Earl Jones,
yes.
he did give Disney permission to use the voice, but not any other company.
I have wondered for a long time now because there are AI voice generators. You can go on, you can type in a script, and effectively the AI listens to every recorded word of a celebrity and then replicates their voice saying whatever you want. And just about anybody can go online and find a software that will allow them to make a celebrity say whatever they want to say. I have always wondered if there will be a point where celebrities or their estates or representatives or studios like Disney, who own the rights to particular voices and sounds, will start to go after these AI companies for utilizing that, because I'll tell you, there are going to have to be ingrained checks and balances to prevent AI usage from being taken advantage of by content creators who have to do nothing. They just steal everybody else's work and change it.
Strikes happened because of this, and things supposedly were resolved to a degree, but so this is the first time that I've seen them going after something like that.
Yeah, there was a big story like, I don't remember if it was late last year or earlier this year, where studios were bringing background actors in, scanning them, and then digitally putting them into movies and using AI to have them act. So all they had to pay the actors for was show up, sign away the rights to your appearance, we'll give you $500, and then make a computer version of you do tens of thousands of dollars of work and not pay you for that. There's going to be a lot of litigation over this stuff.
All right, last thing that's Xing is Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett is Xing because there is a picture going around of him and Joe Flacco, both at the top of their drop back, like throwing the football. Joe Flacco has the hands of a Goliath that wrap all the way around the football, and Kenny Pickett doesn't.
All right, that was from last week.
Is that not why?
Yeah, this week is Xing because, according to many reports, he's the number one quarterback going into the beginning.
I wouldn't be shocked. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked by that, but I wouldn't be shocked as a motivational tool, right? Like Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, you guys want to start? You got to beat out a vet. I wouldn't be shocked if that's a motivational tool. I'll tell you right now, if you had to pick one of the three to start tomorrow, who you picking? Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, tomorrow?
Tomorrow. You got to start him tomorrow.
Tomorrow I'm going with Flacco.
I think that's the right answer. I honestly do. I'm shocked by this, but not because it's not Shedeur or Dylan Gabriel. That's it for us. Thanks for being here. If you didn't enjoy the show, you got bad taste in radio. Come back tomorrow. We'll try again, and maybe harder. We'll find out. He's Lonzo. I'm Rob. Thanks for listening to The Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Later.
What did you
I
think?
still have forgotten to give Chris the song.
Do you think I was going to go with Shador there? You said tomorrow. I mean,
The only reason I said that was because we did have this conversation on MGM Tonight last Friday, and the results were very split. A solid chunk of people said Shador is who they would start.
Well,
They had to start a game.
tomorrow, why? He's not ready. There's only one quarterback who can come off the couch and go in and play, and that's Joe Flacco. He's proven that. And then second, if it was tomorrow, it would have to be Kenny Pickett because he also has experience in the league. But Flacco, again, he just jumped up. Oh, you want me to come play? Okay, and then showed up and won a game. So I mean,
Showed up, won a game, and sent that team to the playoffs.
didn't do very well in the playoffs, but yeah, no, I agree.
Great rivalry for Clemson. The Clemson-South Carolina rivalry's gotten old. It's only because they're in the same state. The competition has been one-sided. I don't disagree. That might be
Really? Who won last year?
And 2 years ago, or 3 years ago.
Yeah. So
Like they're what, 2-2 in the last 4?
That's a very Clemson fan take. Not a rivalry anymore. They kind of forget that they lost last year, or they're trying to forget that they lost last year, but they definitely lost. No
Was the
guarantee-
rivalry, and I wasn't here, obviously, was the rivalry in recent memory at its peak during the 5-in-a-row run? Was that at its was
See,
it at
I
its-
can only speak for since I've been here, and I've lived here half my life. To me, yes, that was peak time.
Well, I think
But that's because the side I'm pulling for was winning the entire time. Before that, it seemed to be every couple years one would win, the other. It was not because neither team was very good.
I guess I'm more less football, more in terms of like fan interaction. Was it more of a heated vocal back and forth argument when South Carolina was in the midst of 5-0?
See, and I also I was doing a Gamecock versus Clemson sports show every Saturday during that time. So that's what we were every week. So it's hard for me to gauge that.
Fair enough.
But I will tell
Did
you
it feel that way on your show?
for sure. But that's the reason why I wanted it that way. I specifically got a Clemson guy so we could fight every single week. Sometimes it nearly came to actual fighting, but yeah.
Fair enough. I'm just curious. I'm not talking junk about 2 6-5 teams. Spurrier v. Dabo was peak rivalry, I think. Oh, that makes sense. Again, like I obviously wasn't here, so I was paying attention to that rivalry from the outside looking in. But it absolutely did feel like
Just not just the on the field stuff, but the back and forth between the coaches and
Yeah.
the media and stuff was fun.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC. Unique and unlike any
But everyone who's in the midst of a rivalry and it's their team always thinks that their rivalry is the best, and it's yeah.
casual and hardcore sports fans. Live sports betting updates for all of the night's games as they happen. Get the latest scores, sides, totals, props, parlays, futures, and much more with real-time, relevant
I don't know if that was peak. It was interesting. Almost fun to watch depending on what your perspective was, but try to forget what. It's part of the history. Why would that be forgotten?
On the fan upstate.
Of course, I judge brawls differently than probably other people do. So, I mean, I'm looking at brawls through a wrestling perspective.
speaking of brawls, during the
Drunken brawl?
no, during the Braun Breaker Jey Uso match last night.
Which I still haven't watched, but it's
I
okay.
won't spoil.
Listen, it don't matter.
Braun at one point in the match ran the ropes and ran the ropes the way Braun runs the ropes.
So you got to see that up close to see how fast he truly is. I mean,
So he sets up for it, and you can see him doing the setup for it. And he hit the ropes. He does it twice in the match. First time he did it, my buddy Andrew, first time wrestling show, he's sitting next to me. And he's watching and he's entertained. He's entertained by Braun because Jay hits a Samoan drop on Braun, but like a toss-up Samoan drop, and Braun was the F up in the air before he gets hit on the way down. So he's like, this is incredible. I'm like, dude, I know when the best are doing it, you can feel the vibes. So Braun runs the ropes, and the first time he ran it, I think he hit each side 2 times before he got to his target. He hit the rope, and when he started the rope, I said, watch the ring. And he hits it, and the ring, you see it in person shift. It's unbelievable. And he hits Jay, and Andrew looks at me, and he goes, dude. And I'm like, I know. So he decided while we were sitting there, he wanted to go look up and learn all about Braun Breaker and where he came from.
about those super freak genes is what it is.
Well, that's what, because he to his credit, Andrew, he apparently went and watched or skimmed through like the last 4 or 5 Monday Night Raws to like know who guys were and kind of know what stories were going on or whatever. And he asked me, he was like, is this Braun guy? Is he a Steiner guy? And I'm like, yeah, he's one of their kids. Like he wrestles like him, but he's his own dude. But he's like, he does a lot of their stuff, whatever. And so he goes, I gotta learn more. So he pulled out his phone while this match is happening and starts Wikipediaing Braun Breaker. And he goes, he played fullback at Kennesaw College in Georgia. And I was like, yep. And so then he goes to YouTube and he pulls up highlight reels of Braun Breaker, the fullback from Kennesaw, which the team stank. That's how Braun hit people in football. Like just murdered defensive linemen.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. He was violent. It was incredible. I've heard about the bathroom gate scandal at Willie B. I have not, Steven. And while I unfortunately have to run here, it's a story I need.
Bathroom, run. See what he did there?
I said run, not runs.
Yeah, but we all knew what you were thinking.
Steven, if you wouldn't mind, would you be willing to type me up a summary of this and email it to me, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com?
Only if you can do it in an unbiased way.
No, I don't care. Make it weird. Because you know I'm going to read it on the air, and we will get fact-checked by...
Exactly, James. If he hits everybody like he did ISHO Speed, who I believe will never truly recover from that.
Steven, if you will type me up a rundown of what you were talking about, and it entertains me, 100% we'll make it a segment on the show.
Well, here's what you should do.
100%.
After Steven sends it to you, you should run that by Courtney and see what she thinks about it.
Oh, she will be my fact checker. That's
There you
a good
go.
call.
That's the person.
There's my
you
fact
talk
checker.
to.
Steven, with the absolute knowledge that story will be fact-checked by my Gamecock wife for details and accuracy. And with the understanding that as she is a Gamecock, she may slant it her own way. Send it to me, and I'm going to run it by. All right, guys, that's it. I'm going. Have a great day. Thanks for being here. Goodbye.